Yeah? If no one has told you good morning in their language, let me take this opportunity to tell you Bushere. You say Bushere muno. That is Kiluya in the Luya, Western Kenya. We say Bushere. You say Bushere muno. So good morning, and it's really good to see all of you in the room. And of course, I want us to acknowledge the presence of the CEO of the Rwanda Development Board. Let's give her a round of applause as she settles in the room. Great to see you, Claire. And I'm also not blind to the fact that it's a new month. Happy new month. Did you know that? It's a new month, eh? 1st of August. How many of us in the room are celebrating their birthdays this month? Hands up. Oh, we have one there. We have two. Can we sing them happy birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to both of you. Happy birthday to you. So if no one ever sings for you this month, at least we've all done that for you. Okay? This month is also special, and of course, if we also have some left-handed people in the room. Anyone who's left-handed? Left-handed? It's only me. Sometimes I use both of them. Eh? There we have someone there. So it's a special month also for those who are left-handed. Now, we had a very great event yesterday. For those who are joining us today for the first time of this particular great Congress, we had an amazing, amazing day. And I will not touch on last night because we agreed what happens at the gala dinner stays at the gala dinner. And it was an amazing gala dinner. So this morning we're going to kick off with amazing sessions. We have conversations that are going to be thought-provoking, and we also have a panel discussion, actually two of them lined up for us, that will be tackling some of the key issues that we are putting on the line today. And so to kick us off this morning, I want us to be able to get ready to listen to an amazing person who, personally, I believe she embodies commitment, consistency, and she's a pro-business person and a pro-people. I've witnessed all this since I came here in 2008, seen her rise and seen her do what she does best. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of applause to the Chief Executive Officer of the Rwanda Development Board, Claire Akamanzi. Let's do it our way, the energy way, yes. Yes. Until she gets here, like we've done before, come on. Yes, wonderful.
So the MC is contradicting himself. He's saying on the one hand that you had such a great night, but he expects you to have energy this morning. Distinguished delegates, I want to recognize Mr. Michael Keller of ISF, Dr. Kulani Machaba, AFSTA, and of course, my dear sister Kumba Sow, who's based in Rwanda, from FAO, the chairperson of Private Sector Federation, the permanent secretary, Minister of Agriculture, and all of you distinguished people that are interested in the discussion around planting seeds. I hope that this morning, or I hope that your experience in Rwanda plants a seed, a permanent seed of being part of Team Rwanda that is trying to transform our country and giving agriculture the central stage that it should have. So I must say that it's my great honor and pleasure to be here today at the very first Rwanda National Seed Congress 2023. I would like to very much thank the organizers for inviting me to share my insights and to discuss a topic that is very close to our hearts at the Rwanda Development Board, the institution that I'm privileged to be part of, which is really transforming Rwanda's economy, and agriculture plays a key part of that. And so the theme, Unlocking Opportunities, Exploring Rwanda's Investment Potential and Attractive Incentive Schemes, which I will be sharing, very much resonates with what we're trying to do at the Rwanda Development Board. But as you all know, Rwanda is a nation with a clear and compelling vision. Our vision is to become a middle-income country by the year 2035 and to become a high-income country by the year 2050. In order to achieve this vision, it's clear to us that achieving food security, nutrition security, and climate resilience for our people is crucial. Distinguished guests gathered here today, Rwanda's rapidly growing economy and increasingly urbanizing population presents a surging demand for high-quality agricultural products. As a result of this fact, the seed industry plays a pivotal role in meeting the demand and elevating Rwanda's agriculture sector to new heights. Rwanda offers remarkable opportunities and tremendous potential for investors in the seed sector. These opportunities encompass the establishment of a state-of-the-art seed processing plants, a network of seed dealers and distributors, and partnerships with research institutions and farmers. The government of Rwanda has judicially formulated an enticing scheme for incentives that investors can access. All these incentives are tailored to facilitate investors in reducing operational costs, enhancing profitability, and expanding their market share. On research and innovation, to unleash the true potential of Rwanda's seed industry, it is paramount that we prioritize investment in research and innovation to ensure that our farmers have access to the best seeds possible and that they are capable of withstanding challenges posed by the climate change and pests, thereby boosting their yields and incomes. It's also important on the theme of infrastructure development that the private sector can play a significant role in investing in infrastructure such as modern storage facilities, distribution networks, and transportation systems. These investments will create a seamless supply chain that ensures our seeds reach every farmer efficiently. The government of Rwanda recognizes that investment requires a supportive and predictable regulatory environment. Therefore, I'm delighted to share with you that our government has developed a comprehensive and attractive incentive schemes that aims to unlock those opportunities and the potential that Rwanda has or offers as an investment destination and as a regional hub for seed production and investment. The new investment law that was enacted in 2021 offers incentives to projects that aim to transform Rwanda into a global hub for business, and also some of the incentives are particularly targeted to addressing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me give you a few examples. One, we offer VAT exemption on agricultural inputs and livestock material. We also offer 50% corporate income tax reduction, which comes from 30% to 15% for agro-processing plants that are in value addition. We also accept accelerated depreciation of up to 50%. And we offer import duty exemptions for agricultural machinery as well. I believe those are very attractive incentives for anybody thinking about agro-processing and agriculture in general. But in addition to those incentives under the new investment law of 2021, we also have a very special scheme called the Manufacture and Build to Recover program that is aimed at supporting recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. This Manufacture and Build to Recover program was developed by the government of Rwanda to fast-track private sector recovery in manufacturing, agro-processing, construction, and real estate, in order to boost economic recovery effects with specific incentives and key performance indicators. And I think when you look at how the economy has done after the pandemic, you can see that these incentives have played a key role. Our economy last year grew by 8.2%, and in the first quarter of this year, which is the latest data that we have, our economy grew by 9.2%. So I believe that this great performance of the economy has had a direct beneficiary has been a direct beneficiary from the incentives that we've put in place. But this program is also aimed at is also designed to significantly reduce the cost of setting up industries of select products and existing farms that would like to expand their current operations. The incentives seek to increase the production of construction materials, agro-processing, and manufacturing. And that's why the main objectives of the program are twofold. One, to attract and fast-track the private sector investments in all sectors, including agro-processing, to stimulate and accelerate economic activity and job creation for Rwandans. I must also add that incentives provided include VAT waivers on imported and domestically sourced construction materials and VAT exemptions for domestically sourced raw materials and machinery. So the incentives are not only for those who are importing, the incentives are available for those who are sourcing from the local market as well in this program that we have called the Manufacture and Build to Recover program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we strongly believe that the private sector is the engine of economic growth and driver of innovation. It can play a vital role in meeting the demand for seeds in Rwanda and beyond, as well as creating jobs and wealth of our people. Outstandingly, we commend the efforts of the E-National Seeds Association of Rwanda, which is developing a strategic roadmap to 2030 for Rwanda's seed industry. I think that is some efforts that we want to applaud. This roadmap will serve as a guiding framework for private sector's actions and investments, aligning them with government policies and priorities, and it will also foster collaboration and coordination among all stakeholders involved in the seed value chain. So we invite you, ladies and gentlemen, participating in this Congress, to explore these established incentives and to take advantage of them. We look forward to collaborating with the association in developing a vibrant seed sector in Rwanda. So we invite you all to invest in Rwanda. We hope that we've planted a seed in you and your decisions in investing in Rwanda. And when you decide to do that, please remember that at the Rwanda Development Board and as the government of Rwanda, we do mean business. Thank you for your kind attention.
Another round of applause to Dr. Claire Kamanzi. Right. So I would like, at this point, before we go to the next phase, I would like to request that the three tables at the front to join Claire for a photo op just here. Then we'll be able to proceed from there. All right. Camera teams, camera crews, kindly facilitate us with this. If you have speakers in the room and probably you're not seated in front here, kindly also join. Any speakers in the room? Sponsors who probably are seated at the back, please also join. Thank you very much. Do you want 2 rows, photographers, or this is okay? Okay. Yeah. All right. We can have, yeah, join us. All right, wonderful. A round of applause to all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Right, next is another presentation which is going to be delving into the fact around the areas of how farmers can benefit from quality seeds emerging from improved varieties. And of course, to lead us in this particular session, we'll have Dr. Clyde Majaju, who's the Director of Research Services at Department of Ministry of Agriculture, and also the member of Easter Executive Committee. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, colleagues, for the applause. Allow me to ride on existing protocols, because mine is basically a presentation. And also, let me acknowledge the invitation that I got from NSAR and also the government of Rwanda for the opportunity to present to us this very important presentation according to my calling I believe that I've been called to become a seed expert. If I were a war veteran, I would have said to you, I died for this continent. So I have so much passion when it comes to seeds. And that's the reason why, if one is to go back in history and you want to check my biography, you discover that I've been involved in a lot of seed harmonization in Africa from inception, SADC, COMESA, now with AU. But anyway, let's continue. Let's go to the next slide. Now, this is the fact that all of us cannot go against. I believe that all of us who are seated here, we believe that improved seeds can deliver state-of-the-art technology to farmers. And those are certainly the benefits that farmers can derive from improved seeds. Higher yields, disease and pest resistance, climate change adaptation, improved nutrition, longer shelf life for those that deal with tomatoes and so on. Incomes and better livelihoods. There could be more. The sky is the limit in terms of what we can get out of improved seeds. Let's go. The major question is, how does benefits become reality? Because sometimes we talk more about these things, and to most of our farmers, they become more like abstracts. But we want to zero in to say, how do we make those benefits become a reality? Let's move. Basically, there are two key pillars that I want to talk about. Number one, for this to be realized, our seed system must be responsive and competitive. In order to serve the African smallholder farmers, I was happy because I was here yesterday and I heard that your smallholder farmers, they are not adopting so much improved varieties, but we want to talk about it. Then the other reason, of course, most people talked about enabling policy environment is always critical. Let's move. Now, when you get to a responsive seed system, what are we talking about? We know that for us to get a better, improved variety, you need to have a robust research and development. You also need to have industry competitiveness. You also want to make sure that your policy environment in terms of seed policy and regulations are in place. You also need institutional support. We'll talk about this a little bit deeper. You also need to service the smallholder farmers as a people or an industry. Then, of course, there will be other options for seed delivery networks that we need to have in order to make sure that we are servicing our smallholder farmers. Let's move. For research and development, number one is that it must be demand-driven, and participatory plant breeding and variety evaluation must be in the whole system of variety development for us to be able to service our smallholder farmers. The reason being, we need to enhance superior traits that are required by the farmers. You can do research, but for as long as you are researching that which is not required, you are just doing basic research, but without impacting on our smallholder farmers. I believe that our smallholder farmers, they know what they want, but they want someone or a vehicle to make sure that what they want is realized. Just hold on. We also know that in our smallholder community, there is diverse of crops. And in most cases, in the formal system, we have a limited number of crops that we deal with, maybe because of profit and so on. But our farmers prefer diverse crops, and for the ladies that are here, I believe you know that there are some crops that are close to the hearts of our ladies, which we normally call women crops. But in most cases, we don't really assist them to improve those crops. Now, the other issue that was talked highly is to address the availability of basic seed, because that is normally a problem, even when it comes to the women crops and other crops that might be critical. Let's move. This one I cannot overemphasize, because what is important is that I have been in certain scenarios where you have a lot of registered seed companies in a country. But then you have perhaps a quarter of them participating in seed production. The rest, they are dormant. So I think what we need is to have active seed companies, seed producers for diverse crops, including farmer or community-based seed enterprises. I know now a lot of people are talking about community seed enterprise. Even in my country, we do have, and basically what they do, they produce seed that is locally adapted within that specific community, and they market in the same community. So this will, of course, avail enough quantities of seed of diverse crop variety, also increase turnover of elite varieties with superior characteristics. If you were to go to, even in my part of the country, there is a variety that was released, I think, 30 years ago. But still, that variety is being grown for certain trades, even though they are new, improved varieties. And the reason being, I believe there is no enough marketing of the current varieties that we have, and also demonstration of those varieties for our farmers to be able to leave the old varieties. For your own information, those old varieties, they were heavily marketed in the past, and our farmers know them by name. When they come to your shop, they will say they need this, and you wonder why. Now, of course, I will not labor the last one, affordable seed to farmers. That is critical. Let's move. Seed policy and regulation, this is necessary to provide the policy environment. I know a lot of people talked about simplified, and most people are worried about our variety release processes, which are longer. And definitely the coming in of harmonization, point number 3 there, is to try to curtail the long process so that we minimize the time varieties can be released. Then, of course, the other issue is that most of our so-called orphan crops or variety that are in the purview of our smallholder farmers, which are not necessarily improved, they need to be assisted in terms of, if they are going to be planted, they need to be of better quality or reasonable quality. Now, for us to talk about that, most people I know they've been voicing to say, simply because they are not part of the registration process, so they don't meet the certification standards or the quality control standards. So what should we do with them? We must find and devise a way to assist them to make sure that what they want to grow is of reasonable quality. So some people then talk of simplification of the certification standard. Whether you go to quality declared seed as provided by the FAO standards, it's okay. We also need adequacy of efforts to eradicate counterfeit seed. And this is where in Africa, there is normally a blame game, where people say it's the problem of the regulatory institute. They are not doing enough to make sure that we prevent or we eradicate counterfeit seed. But what we have known and believed in Africa is that once the National Seed Association works together with the certifying body, they will be able to curtail counterfeit seed. But if the other, I like what happens in Zambia. I'll give you an example. When they are going for counterfeit seed in their country, they sit together as a team with the National Seed Authority and the National Seed Association, and they do a blitz. They go at once to make sure that they eradicate counterfeit seed. And that has worked for Zambia. And I think we can also copy that example if we wish to. Then, of course, use of government subsidy. I know there's been a talk in that sometimes it puts the marketing into disarray. But I think that we also need to look at it with a policy eye so that we make sure that we continue promoting the right marketing of seed. Let's move. To me, institutional support is very critical. Very few people normally talk about it, but it's critical. National Seed Trade Association, they need to up the game. And I'm happy that you guys, you are running with it. And the push of the National Seed Trade Association definitely will make the working together possible. Number and adequacy of seed inspection services, and this is both coming from private or government services. This is critical, because if you don't have enough inspection services, then you don't have enough quality seed. And so it means we also need to look into this and percolate and check how far are we. The number and the adequacy of extension services. I will tell you, there is always what we call a puzzling divergence, where you look at research potential yields, where people say, this variety under research, it gives you 20 metric tons per hectare. But when it's in the pharmacy field, it gives you less than 1 ton per hectare. What we have realized from the small research we did in Zimbabwe is that the agronomic practices are critical, the best practices. And that can only be infused into our smallholder farmers through extension services. So extension service is critical to make sure that our farmers on the ground do the right thing. So what we realized is that unless we capacitate the extension services, personally I'm involved in training extension services in matters of seed production and so on, and quality assurance. We realize that when they go to colleges, they are trained in general crop production and not specifically on seed issues. So we have introduced some certain courses to make sure that we equip them with the right information so that they can assist our farmers. Then performance, of course, of public and private seed producers becomes critical to make sure that we have diverse crops that are available for our smallholder farmers. Then performance of public and private breeders is also important to make sure that we breed that which our farmers want or desire with the right traits. Let's move. I would have started and ended here. This, to me, is critical service to smallholder farmers. If we want them to benefit, this is where it matters. I know I touched about extension services, and I know that as private sector, you do have your own extension services. It is important to have a better ratio of extension officers to agricultural households that we have, or smallholder farmers. If that is not well looked into, tell you what, we will desire the best but still get the least. So all I'm saying to us is that we need to look at that and to make sure that we have the best ratio that we can to make sure we are servicing our smallholder farmers. Then the other issue is concentration of agro-dealer networks, which I think is critical. Now, I was part of the study in my country when I was looking at how the agro-dealers are concentrated and even the seed companies in terms of their delivery networks. Now, you find out that the best was that a smallholder farmers could only travel 5 kilometers to an agro-dealership to be able to buy seed. So if we don't reduce that distance, that will also allow your smallholder farmers to be lazy to work and decide to just retain and continue. So that we also need to look into and make sure that our network is as close as is possible to our smallholder farmers for them to benefit. Then obviously, there's been emerging advances in terms of community cooperatives and associations that are also working together with the farmers, and those are close to the farmers. Those could also become part of the networks that can serve to deliver seed. The other point which is very critical, and I was happy because when I moved into some of the cubicles, I saw that you had seed packs of 2 kg or even less. And that to us is very important because with land holdings of less than 0.5 hectares, you don't need to have a 25 kg bag. It will not help your smallholder farmers. You need to have a reasonable packaging. And those to us, 2 to 10 kg packs or less than 2 kg packs, they are very good packs to allow our farmers with their small disposable income to be able to buy. Then the other critical issue is seed to grain price ratio at planting time. It's also important. If the price of seed is too far for them, they will not be able to. So we need to look at that. Let's continue. I'm almost there. I know that in most countries, we have categorized some of our smallholder farmers as vulnerable, and that the government subsidy programs have acted as a vehicle to make sure that our vulnerable smallholder farmers are able to get seed. But I think what is critical is that these programs should acquire the right seed. In my country, we have agroecological zones, and then we plan before we enter into these programs to make sure that the right seed, according to maturity, goes to the right agroecology to make sure that the smallholder farmers benefit. There are also humanitarian support programs that we have through World Vision, through other NGOs or development partners. They do the same. They also help us to service our smallholder farmers. But I think by and large, if all things are equal, you would want our smallholder farmers to be able to buy seed easily. Let's move. This is the end. So, I hope I've managed to steer 1 or 2.
Congratulations. Thank you. Let's give another round of applause. Thank you very much. I like the fact that you did raise the flag that we may desire to have the best but get the least, which is very key. We must ensure that we are desiring the best and ensuring that we are getting the best out of all that. And of course, you mentioned about the stands. It's important to remind all of us that we have the exhibition stands right outside. Please make an effort of visiting. It might be dry right now, and you might be wondering, why should I buy it now? You will really need those seeds at a certain point. So it's the best time to actually buy them or to visit and be able to see what they are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us now to go on to our first panel discussion. And the first panel discussion of the day will be looking at the area of the role of ISTA and UPOV in developing the seed industry for enhancing international seed trade. What an inciting discussion or topic. And to help us moderate or steer this, I will call the moderator, who will in turn call the panelists to join him on set. We will be able to have Dr. Chris Ojeo, who's the Strategic Partnership and Seed Systems Lead, and also CGIAR Seed Equal Initiative Lead. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes, and he'll later on introduce the panelists who will join him on set. It's not easy being here on this panel. Can we just give him some more energy kindly? Yes. Thank you.
Well, either way, okay. Switch. Good morning. No response means you didn't hear me. Good morning. Okay, I got the response. I'm sure you can hear me. And I would like to introduce the panelists. Start with the relevant name as far as the title of the session is concerned, and this is Dr. Andreas Wise, who is the Secretary General of the International Seed Testing Association. Andreas, please join me up front. Followed by Yolanda. I think I'm struggling to pronounce this. Let me try to say Huerta. Did I get it correctly? Okay. She is fine with any. She is a legal counsel and director of training and assistance at the International Union for Plant Protection of New Varieties of Plants, known in its abbreviation as UPOV. And the next is Dr. Munyarazi Jonga. That's a very difficult name. Munyarazi Jonga. Jonga is a seed production specialist from AATF, African Agricultural Technology Foundation. Next on stage should be Dr. Beatrice Mukiza. Again, I'm struggling with the names. I hope I'm pronouncing them correctly. So Beatrice is Director General of Rwanda Inspectorate Competition and Consumer Protection Authority. I hope we still have enough seats for them. And the last one is Jean Bosco Safari. Is he around? Oh, there he comes. Great. I can't see the far end. Can somebody confirm that they all have seats? Yes, super. Great. And I have one as well. Thank you. Great. So you can have a seat, or they still want to take you photos standing. You want them standing or seated? It's okay. Good. Thank you. Now you may take your seats, and then I'll use. Allow me to tilt a little more so that I may be able to see all of you. I may not necessarily go in that line as you're seated, but I'll move as the Spirit moves me. And so the Spirit moves me to start with the Directorate of the Rwanda Inspectorate Competition and Consumer Protection Authority, which I would like to put matters in perspective as far as what we've been discussing around the private sector strategy roadmap for Rwanda seed industry 2030. In my interest as an icebreaker and as introduce Rika, maybe which you've already done because you had a session before, but we'd like to hear now what role this authority sees itself as playing in support of private sector investments, innovation, and market access while safeguarding against anti-competitive practices. Could you do for us the icebreaker? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator. As yesterday we have discussed, Rika is in charge of quality control and also a competition to make sure that we are trading fairly and also to ensure consumer rights are protected. What we do as Rika to help our seed business people, we control the quality, we conduct inspections from the farm to the market. We also make sure that varieties are registered, improved varieties are registered, and we have to continue monitoring whether they are at the market, if they are accurately labeled, and if they are really appropriately advertised, so that it can help the consumers to make informed choices. You know, consumers have rights to information, to accurate information. They have a right to make choices, and as our previous presenter also emphasized that consumers have the right to be educated and to good quality seed. So at the market, we also have to make sure that we inspect to confirm or to ensure that the seed which is at the market are complying with requirements to help consumers or buyers to buy, to be confident of the quality of seed they are buying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a friend called JC is in the room because it's called Jean-Claude. Now I have another Jean Bosco, so I'll call you JB because I call him JC. So JB, I would like you to confirm that these statements being said are supported to you as somebody coming from a seed company, and also to comment on your own undertaking to align with the country's agricultural development goals from the private sector side.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be in front of you. As she said, RICA is in charge of inspection, certification, and the consumer protection. And we are among the partners of the RICA because as we do production of seeds, RICA is one inspecting us and also certifying the seeds we are trading. And the distribution of seeds, they are also doing follow-up up to the consumers. As you know, the seed distribution channel, it doesn't go directly to the consumers. It needs to pass through the agro-dealers network. So RICA is also helping us in the monitoring and the inspection and the follow-up, the assurance of the quality of that seed until they reach to the farmers. They're also working with us from the production side, where they are inspecting our farms, and also train and certify our outgrowers whom we work together so that they can follow the procedures, the protocols that are required for the quality seed production. So RICA will work together. Going up to the agricultural development of the country, and also looking at this roadmap we are working on for 7 years. TriSeed is a company that have been formed by Rwandan investors who invest their money so that we can come up with the challenges that the country was facing. Because if you look at the background of seed system in Rwanda, in our young age when we were kids, our parents were selecting grains, cobs, and put them aside. Later we had an institution, IZAR, Institut de Sciences Agronomiques du Rwanda, which used to produce what you call selected seeds, or imbuto y'indobanure in Kinyarwanda. So later we had the CIP, the Crop Intensification Program, where the government of Rwanda started the development of agriculture through the provision of farmers of quality seeds and the fertilizers. But we had also other initiatives in between, like the COMESA initiatives in the seed production, AGRA, and other institutions. But going to 2019, we sat together as private investors and we said, why can't we, as Rwandan investors, come up with these issues we have been facing in the past and form a company that can give solution to these issues. So what we did is we formed this institution, this company. The company started production in a small scale, but we have grown, we have expanded our production up to 600 hectares now. We have produced maize, hybrid maize seed, we produce soya bean, we produce beans. We are also venturing to produce rice, Irish potato, and wheat seeds in the coming future. And the company is bringing its capacity where this time we have a seed processing plant where we can treat our seeds, we can dry them, we can select the good quality seed. So we do all the processes for seed up to have a quality seed that can reach farmers. The company is expecting to have potential or opportunities to export, but as you know, there are some prerequisites for exporting, and we are very happy that today we are sitting at the same table with institutions that are regulating all those kind of business, the seed movements worldwide, and we are very happy that this regulation of seed system development will help the company to grow. So the company is emphasizing on a quality assurance so that the development of the seed, all our farmers can access the quality of seed, the quantity on timely basis.
Thank you. I'd like to come now to Andreas. JB is taking us through a history of where Rwanda is coming from saving seed, farmers selecting their own seed. It takes us through a step where companies are now coming up to say, well, farm save seed is good, but we can do even better. Now, from ISTA, which I know many who are in the room know about ISTA, and ISTA standards are what we use for certification of seeds in many countries, if not all, that we know about around. Could you tell us what ISTA's contribution specifically to Rwanda, if any, or to other developing countries in terms of building up the capacity of seed experts as well as seed inspectors has been and continues to be? Especially if we think about the private sector strategic roadmap we're talking about for Rwanda. Yes, we're definitely coming from somewhere. What are we doing from ISTA? Where are we going?
Thank you, Chris. First of all, we were asked about birthdays. And Yolanda, Michael, and I actually have a birthday together today.
Today?
Yes, because it's the national birthday of Switzerland.
Ah, okay.
Okay. And normally we would be sitting together with our families having barbecues, but now we're here together with our second family, and we're very happy about it, I think.
Another happy birthday to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question, Chris. That is a very important thing. ISTA itself is not a consultancy organization. We are an organization which is accrediting laboratories to enable them to work under the ISTA standards, which are fixed by the national designated authorities or their voting members during ISTA annual meetings. So it's nothing which we invent at the Secretariat. It is really put together by the technical committees, around 270 scientists from all around the world, also from Africa, are in these committees, and they put these rules together. And we are just the gatekeepers of the rules, that they are kept and so on. But what can we do to bring up scientists, young scientists, to a level which is enables them to work under these rules? That is the important question. And there are different things which we do. We offer workshops, and workshops work in a way that a laboratory is asking, we want to host a workshop on a special topic, let's say germination. And then we arrange with this the respective committee, which in that case would be the germination committee, to have people coming to that country and doing a workshop, which is an open workshop mostly, so people from surrounding countries or even far away could join to that. And here we have to say, I try to do that. I'm 6 years now in this job, and I try to do it for Africa, to find places, to look with laboratories if they can do that. I was just last year successful. That was in Zambia, and at the beginning of the year we had a good workshop on germination in Zambia, which was very well booked. And these workshops operate in a way that they are only cost neutral. So they don't cost the laboratory anything unless they send people to the workshop as well. But they're cost neutral. In addition to that, you ask especially about young people. ISTA set up a project a year and a half ago, nearly 2 years now, which we call Young at ISTA. And we support young seed professionals in the seed testing area to either get training by a lab-to-lab training, so they can apply for funds to go from their country to another country and get a training in that country, in another ISTA-accredited laboratory on special topics where the country sees a need that their young scientists need to be trained on. It can be supported only by the travel budget or whatever, but the minimum we say should be 14 days to go to a different area, work there, learn there, and get taught on this topic, which is interesting. Another point in this Young at ISTA initiative is also that we have support on traveling to ISTA events to participate in ISTA events, and workshops are also ISTA events. And the workshop in Zambia, I think we had 2 or 3 people which were directly supported by ISTA to go there. We have countries which found out about this project very quickly. Nigeria is one of them, and they nearly sent to each workshop in the last year 1 person, and that was accepted also to go and participate in this workshop. And I cannot promote this more than we see that this is going down again a little bit. So please go back into your laboratories and promote that we support young people to go there. That's financial support. So if you don't have the financial support to do so, we started to help you. And for last year and this year, we also thank Bayer Crop Science, who donated some money into this fund, which is set up and enabled us to go and do these things. So there's also the commitment of the private industry to help in this case and to bring it forward, which we highly appreciate. I think that's it for the moment. There are other things which we could do as well, but maybe one of your next questions may focus on that.
Thank you very much, Andreas, and quite a lot of opportunities there outlined. I believe our listeners taking note of that and probably taking advantage and soon contacting you for some of those opportunities to be realized and implemented in their own either countries or activities that they are conducting within their countries. And that, I think, dovetails well with Yolanda. And I would like to ask you, thinking of the people seated here, the bulk of them are from the private sector. Of course, there are quite a few others who are also from the public sector. And some of them are doing research on developing varieties. And as they develop varieties, they register them. And of course, they would like as best as possible to align to some of the, UPOV, I would say conventions, the standards of UPOVs. What would you want to add in terms of capacity or capacitating, particularly the breeders, those who are registering varieties in terms of variety protection for purposes of not keeping for themselves, but for better exploitation of those varieties or the resources coming out of those, I would say, traits coming out of the varieties. So the protection is not about limiting use, but protection is about expanding the exploitation, but also, of course, getting benefit out of it. What would you say in terms of UPOV's intervention, support, capacitation?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be in this panel. And I would like to maybe to start with the why. Why better seed? Because better life, better planet. And that is what I have to say. I cannot avoid, just I have still the sentence of Clade when he said, I'll die for this continent. You have people like are here are dedicated their life to development of better seed, because they also see the big picture of how they can make change. And I have to say, when I see countries that are joining the journey to become UPOV member, this is what has been driven the energy to embark in that journey, is because they see becoming a UPOV member as a key for the national development goals. And whether that be job creation, whether that be offering opportunities for rural development, trade opportunities. So one of the key messages is the country, when it becomes UPOV member, it gives a sign that they have an enabler environment in the country, especially the plant variety protection laws, that gives them the trust to bring the best varieties to that country. They will bring the best varieties because they see some benefits in relation to producing the seed here, or offering these varieties to farmers and growers here, or they see also export opportunities. And one of the advantages is that it will open up the system to a diversity of breeders, from public research institutes, from private companies, local foreign companies, from farmers becoming breeders, and also giving the opportunities to have a public transfer. So public-private partnerships. We have seen that in many countries, this possibility to ensure that there is professional distribution of varieties reaching the farmers at the right time, the right location, with the right quantity, this is happening at the time where there is plant variety protection, because that enables all the key, I would say, players in the value chain to work together. So coming back to your question about capacity building. Capacity building is also enhanced by the fact that, in a way, it is the seed. It is the seed that has all these very valuable, I would say, characteristics. And as many of you said, when the farmers see this improved seed, they can see what it's bringing to them. The question is how to have all the key players, in particular the role of the private sector, that they are also active in ensuring that this information, from the farmers go back to the breeding programs. There are many ways that UPOV can assist in capacity building. We have first workshops for drafting legislation in accordance with the UPOV Convention, and I hope if we have a sign at the government level that we have Rwanda wanted to embark in this journey, we can invite key policymakers and drafters of legislation to attend that workshop for laws, together with other countries that are in the same, I would say, experience, and learn from others. Then we have also an executive program that is meant also for policymakers at the time they are bringing the legislation and the changes in legislation to Parliament, and how to communicate with different stakeholders, in particular the private sector, to also support in this journey. We have distance learning courses, both at the level of introduction, of understanding the role of plant variety protection in socio-economic development, but also advanced distance learning programs on the examination of varieties to understand what it takes to implement the system. So I'll take it, maybe I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Jonga, I know you've been waiting for too long and you're probably being impatient. There's a question for you here with regard to your institution, African Agricultural Technology Foundation, and its place, particularly if you look at the private sector strategy roadmap for Rwanda. What I would like you to look at is where does AATF sit with regard to the public sector, private sector? Is it a breeding institution? Is it a seed production institution? What role does it play? Is it a seed company? I know you had an opportunity to make a presentation yesterday, but if you're looking at the role of AATF in terms of technology, and particularly in this case, specifically with regard to seed production and distribution, what role does it play? And how does it sit in terms of support to the Rwanda private sector strategic roadmap?
Thanks, Chris, for the question. I think HF plays a key role in the seed systems in Africa, and our participation here in Rwanda is also to be able to participate accordingly in the delivery of technologies, especially seed-based technologies to the farmers. We have talked a lot about, starting even from UPOV, when investment in breeding, to Easter, seed testing and sampling and testing standards or procedures to make sure that the seed gets to the farmers in the good quality, maintaining the characteristics that are bred for. So AHF comes in and brings a lot of partnerships at different stages of the seed system, whereby they come up with partnerships to do product development, and obviously using even UPOV guidelines in that. So they develop partnerships to do that, and once they go past that stage of product development, they also work with partnerships again to be able to do seed production, involving licensing to partners. And here we are emphasizing a lot of partnerships where now the seed has to be produced with the seed industry, and following what we are talking about here in terms of maybe Easter and so on, and OECD certification, to make sure that we maintain the seed in good quality until it gets to the farmers. But we don't stop there. Even to the delivery to the farmers, again, we create, ATF works with partnerships to create for demand creation and create awareness of the new products. Our goal is to make sure that farmers get the benefits from the genetic gains, from the desired characteristics that are bred in various products. So we need to make sure that that is delivered to the farmers as it were. So there are partnerships again, the downstream, for last mile delivery of good quality seed that has been produced with all these protocols and standards in place, so that it gets to the farmers. And that I think is the contribution that ATF plays. And once we get these products to the farmers and they are using them and enhancing productivity, we get satisfied that we are playing a key role, bringing the relevant partnerships to be able to deliver that to the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll go back to Beatrice, and given you a long rest, I'm sure you've taken a deep breath to think about your institution, which, if I go by the name Inspectorate, Competition, Consumer Protection, these are keywords in a seed industry. And I would like you to reflect on the institution's role with regard to competition. How do you ensure there is fair competition? And with regard to consumer protection, let me also take you back to producer protection too, because you protect the consumer, but you need to protect the producer too. How do you ensure that both the rights of both the producers and consumers of seed are all well taken care of? And that is the actors from private sector, from public sector, from what we call formal, informal, systems, let me call it inclusive systems, to ensure that everyone has the best out of their investment. If I'm an investor in seed, not as a seed producer, I get the best out of it. If I'm an investor in seed as a producer of grain, I still get the best out of it.
Thank you very much. As I said, in addition to the inspection to quality control, to make sure that seed are produced following regulations and the standards, we also continue to help people in the business the seed business actors, where we develop technical regulations, standard operating procedures, we publish them, and we increase awareness about those regulations. We have to inform the people in the business about requirements. And as you said, in competition, we have to make sure that there is fair competition. As you understood yesterday, Honorable Minister saying, talking about counterfeit seed. We try to also to fight against counterfeit seed on the market, conducting inspections, as I said. But we also try to inform the farmers, business, and seed producers about the standards, about good agricultural practices, as our presenter, Clade, is it?
Clade.
Yes, he talked about extension services. We try to work together with our sister institutions to make sure that all those good agricultural practices are being followed. And also, we need the information from them so that we work together to keep monitoring that seed which is at the market complying with the requirements. We, in addition to the awareness creation, we build capacity to those business actors, so that we exchange information, so that we are sure that we are together in this journey of of fighting against counterfeit seeds.
Yep.
So in competition and consumer protection, we make sure that we work together with our stakeholders, we exchange information, and we request them wherever they find the malpractices, they can also inform us so that we make follow-up.
Thank you. JB, I always want you to follow her, because normally in many countries, the seed producers and the regulators are not the best of friends. They always play cat and mouse games. One wants to hide from the other. And if the statement is being made true, I try to double check with you. But now, as I double check with you, what I'm asking, before Beatrice comes with her regulatory approach to seed quality, I believe as a seed company, you're all also making your own attempt to ensure that you're meeting standards, not just local standards, but international standards, because you want to play as a competitor in the seed industry within Rwanda, but also, if possible, to be on the global scene as a competitor in terms of quality, in terms of quantity. What are the efforts you're making before anybody comes to regulate your work? What are your own self-regulatory efforts you're making to ensure that you have the best?
Yeah.
And you appear to be the best out of the best actors within Rwanda.
Yeah, thank you so much. As I said, Tri-Seed has been formed to make sure that our farmers are accessing quality seeds, because it has been a challenge for long. So it has come, we have what we call in Rwanda homegrown solutions. That's the policy that's there so that we can have solutions for our own. Seeds is a different commodity. It's not like, if you talk about consumers of seeds, it's not consumer, they are not consuming it as such. They are producers. Those are the consumer of seeds. So for sustaining on the market as seed company, you have to make sure that farmers are happy with your seeds. So instead of, out of producing, following the protocols and the other standards to make sure that you have a quality seed, but you have also to sensitize those farmers so that they can be attracted by a quality seed. Through demonstration plot, we make them. We make demonstration plot, we organize farmer field days, we call them on board, they see what is happening with our seeds. Going back from the production, we are producing seeds, working with our growers, as I said. We provide them trainings. on good agricultural practices, especially on critical stages where logging and the detasseling are the stages that are very critical for seeds, and also for harvesting. We give them advances on fertilizers. We provide them pesticides. We provide them harvesting materials. We are assisting them and we give them technical support because we deploy agronomists to each areas where we are producing seeds so that they can make sure that all processes have been followed. Then after that, we also, in the seed processing, as I said, we have a seed processing plant. We make sure that we follow all the protocols of processing the seed, we package it well, and it is reaching the farmer with all the standards. So as I said, we are very happy because we have now all the institutions on board. So that we are benchmarking ourselves on the standards which are there, so that we can cross-check and see we have this and we are missing this. So how can we improve our operations so that we can reach all the standards at the level we can also export our seeds with the confidence that even farmers who are not in Rwanda, in other countries, they will be happy with our seeds. So the follow-up, we do a daily follow-up. We have a large team of marketing agents who are going site by site, checking whether our seeds are performing well. Because seed is the first input to be blamed if there is a challenge, if there is there is a problem of production. So seed is the first to be challenged. So we make demonstration plots to make sure that we put all the inputs. Even if there is complaint, we can show, you can see where we made it, and you have to follow this and this so that you can reach this. So our countries have acidic soils, so fertilizers sometimes are very expensive. So farmers may plant, not apply fertilizer, not apply lime, not apply whatever other inputs, or where the crop is attacked by diseases, they don't apply appropriate pesticide. So those are things we have to work closely with them so that we can make sure they are happy, but also we follow all the protocols so that the seed can be confident that it's of quality.
Thank you very much, JB. And Andres, I'm coming to you. And now, JB's company, TriSeed in Rwanda, is working very hard to meet international standards. But I know you have the oversight of international standards, but also international companies. You know what they're doing to ensure that those standards are met. What trade secrets do you want to steal for JB's company and other companies within Rwanda to say, if you really want to ensure that you stay relevant in the international market, in the international seed scene, in terms of quality, you need to be sure that you are following A, B, C, D. Is there something like that that you want to tell them?
Chris, thank you very much. Yes, there may be, of course, from the ISTA point
Yes.
to tell a few things. I don't tell a secret if I would say go ahead and get your seeds analyzed in an ISTA accredited laboratory.
Okay.
Get yourself an ISTA Orange certificate,
Right.
which is a proof that you used international standards to have the right to show to your clients the right quality of your seeds. And we have at least one person on the left-hand side, David Mallon, who is from the seed industry in South Africa, and who has an own lab which is accredited for 4 years now.
Okay.
And I think if you all talk to him, he will tell you that there's a commercial benefit for him to have this. It is really a benefit, and I think we have a person from India here as well. Santosh, you are here as well. I saw you in the morning, and we shook hands. And he has got a own laboratory as well. I think it's the first accredited laboratory in India. And yes, and they are helping us also to set up, for instance, workshops in India. There is a benefit of having an ISTA certificate or show that your seed were tested under international accepted rules for seed testing and sampling.
Is there an ISTA accredited laboratory in Rwanda?
Not yet. There is a laboratory, an ISTA laboratory in Rwanda, We have a meeting tomorrow as well. We want to talk about how to continue. And this is also plan, or a part of the 2030 plan, where I have to thank the National Seed Association of Rwanda, that they have a plan which is very comprehensive, very direct, and very driven by the needs of the seed industry.
But the examples you're giving show that there is a possibility for having a national laboratory, but there is also an opportunity for private laboratories.
There's always possibilities of private laboratories. If you go, for instance, in Africa to Uganda missed to really support their national laboratory, but they still have, for a long time, a private laboratory. By the way, they pay the same fees to ISTA as a governmental laboratory. And as that is a private one, totally private-driven, there must be also a commercial benefit for this private laboratory only doing seed analysis. They do some more analysis as well, to have a benefit for the seed industry of the country.
Yep. Very good. I think that's a big business opportunity for those of you who have lots of dollars and euros and rands and whatever sorts of currencies and looking for somewhere to invest. There's a business opportunity in Rwanda to establish a private ISTA accredited laboratory. And you'll be the immediate go-to person for ensuring that all the seed is processed from your lab to ensure that we have international trade of seed. And of course, the reality is here that we need ISTA accredited laboratory for us to be in that global seed map or global seed trade map. Now coming down, oh, you want to make a comment? I can see you're really itching to say something about that.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add on that the Rwanda National Seed Laboratory is already a member of ISTA. We are on the way. We are trying to comply with the requirements, and it's ongoing. And we hope that very soon the National Seed Laboratory will be accredited. That's what I wanted to add on.
Yeah. Maybe I can add also a thing to here. Before we take the second step to go for private accreditation, let us accredit the national laboratory and see how that works in the country. And I've got a great feeling with that, looking at you from Rika and on the laboratory, that they deliver what the seed industry is needing. Okay. In other countries, mostly these private laboratories were set up out of different reasons. In some cases, yes, also because the accredited national laboratory was not delivering what the seed industry wanted. Okay. But I see with all these roadmaps and with all the people sitting here together that there is a lot of emphasis and empathy to really work together, and let's take the first steps and the next steps and get the laboratory accredited and see what benefits can be taken from there. And if there's a need to get more, you can always grow.
Good. So before I bring in Yolanda and Jonga for their comments on that, let me double check in the room. Is there somebody who feels pressed, burning to say something, to ask a question to the team? What we normally call burning questions, burning issues? That if you don't ask, you'll be consumed? There is one here. Could we take just that one burning issue before we sort of move towards the end? Yep.
Thank you. Mine is not really a question. It's a precision that I would like to get, because by hearing the CEO of ISTA and the Secretary General of ISTA and the DG for Rika, I got a kind of confusion. If the national laboratory is already accredited, or no, it's a member?
It's not yet accredited.
But it's
we are on the way.
The process?
Yes.
And how long the process will take?
Yeah, maybe I can answer on that one a little bit more.
Okay.
The process normally takes 2 to 3 years. But let's see, we sit together tomorrow as well and see how far down the road the process is. Because the process is very comprehensive. You need to show your technical capabilities to do seed testing following the ISTA rules, seed sampling and testing. This is done by proficiency tests, which ISTA is conducting 3 times a year. And you need to show your proficiency in purity analysis, other seed determination, germination, moisture, whatever you want to get accreditation for. And there are special crop groups, so it's a little bit not complicated, but technically very elaborated, I would say. And the other one is that you have to have your documentation, your quality documentation ready and live it. It's not that there's a bumpy road, there's an asphalted road during the audit, and there's a bumpy road again. The asphalt should go through. And that is also what is checked afterwards when you have your accreditation. It's a very stringent process. When you have your accreditation, you have to show in every proficiency test where you're accredited on the technique that you are able to do it. You still have to get good results. A results, B results. A C result, you would have to show how you can do it better.
Thank you.
And that is not a process which stops. We are working with the laboratory all the way also after the accreditation, that the quality stays what the quality is at the time of accreditation. So that is the time-consuming part, these proficiency tests or design tests, which may be able to bring you to the point to get to achieve accreditation.
Sorry, we're running short of time, so I may not be able to take a second question, but I would like to suggest ISTA accreditation is a critical issue for those of us who've been in this industry for long. You know, there is a discussion that keeps going round and round, especially in government cycles, especially with the regulators. So I suggest that over tea break, lunch break, let's continue that discussion over coffee, over lunch, to see what best steps we move on forward with. But I'll not be fair to Yolanda and Jonga if I don't ask them the next question. So Yolanda, one question to you in terms of international collaborations with other international institutions, with ISTA, with OECD, with ISF, with the International Pharma Organization. What sort of collaboration do you have with these institutions, especially in promoting international trade and, of course, seed quality and plant variety protection?
Thank you for the question. With your permission, moderator, may I ask a question to distinguished participants?
Okay.
How many of you are familiar with UPOF and UPOF benefits? Can you raise your hand? You also can raise your hand. How many? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So thank you for the opportunity, because I've identified there may be a need, and we will maybe be in contact with the competent authorities to maybe organize something about raising awareness about UPOF and UPOF membership benefits, because I hope next time I'm here and I will ask the same question, everybody will raise their hand. So back to your question about working together. Working together for the greater good, because at the end this is what brings us together here. Yep. In relation to the UPOF Convention, there is one particular provision that says that measures regulating commerce, import, export, and that will include certification, phytosanitary measures, they are separate, independent from the recognition of the work of breeders of developing new varieties of plants. So that means that UPOF is about recognizing the fact there had been development of a new variety that complies with the conditions of protection. So this variety will be available for farmers, growers, and consumers. But then Other organizations, as you pointed out, they are also very competent and deal with very important matters that are key to make, successful development in the agricultural sector. And for sure, UPOF is engaged to work together with these other organizations. I would like to give just a couple of examples. One of the reasons why I'm here today is because there is a World Seed Partnership. This World Seed Partnership is this platform that was established in order for the international organizations, including ISTA, ISF, OCDE, the World Farmers Organization, so we can also coordinate and talk together, so our activities can be complementary to each other when there is already a sign from a country, like the case of Rwanda, that is engaged in the process of, creating this dynamic and vibrant development in the agricultural sector. The other key, I would say, relationship is with FAO. With FAO, we really engage and exchange in different areas and activities. I would like to highlight FAO, one of the key betters that's driving their strategy is better seed for better production. So we get engaged when there are seed laws that contain plant variety protection in their seed law, so they can also get advice in relation to the UPOF Convention. And we have seen, Kumba at the opening, how important is this collaboration. And we are working with Chike, that is key on the better production part in FAO. We are working together also with the Secretary of the International Treaty for Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. So other partnerships are with the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, very important to conserve, to stimulate use to develop new varieties. Okay. Also with the World Trade Organization, because sometimes we are not very well known in other fora, and the World Intellectual Property Organization. So those are the key partnerships, and we really engage to working together with the private sector that are key also to advise on the way forward in this process.
Thank you. Last but not least, Junga, we've talked since yesterday about smallholder farmers, and we are saying that, well, technologies reach large-scale farmers, I think it was 2 hectares and above, and they are able to adapt the technologies, use quality seed up to 80%. The smallholder farmers are not as well addressed. They are underserved with quality seed, underserved with technologies. And yet you're coming from the African Agricultural Technology Foundation. Somebody asked yesterday, the facilitator yesterday, I was asking a very senior person if he was sleeping on the job. Allow me to ask you the same. Is African Agricultural Technology Foundation sleeping on the job? Why are the smallholder farmers not receiving first the technologies developed by the public and private sector? Yet AATF is there established for the same purpose. And if they are not receiving these technologies, what are the strategies that AATF is using to address the smallholder farmers' plight?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I would say the focus for AATF is to make sure that these technologies get to the smallholder farmers. And as I said, we work with various partnerships to be able to make that possible. We also play a very critical role in the regulatory requirements throughout the value chain that are required so that we comply with those, to be able to take smoothly those products to the farmers. And I would want to say that we play a critical role with partners in terms of creating awareness and demand creation at the farmer level, at the grassroots level with even my colleague talk of, demonstrations, field days, innovation platforms. AATF is part of the TAT family, where I lead the Maize Compact there, and we also do a lot of promotion and creating awareness of these technologies through the TAT platform, so that we have a lot of efforts making sure that these technologies get to the farmers. And as we work with the seed companies and the channels for distribution, the agro dealers, the agents, and so on, we also have a lot of capacity building activities in place at the relevant stage of seed delivery. to make sure that we are doing, looking at the quality aspects, looking at the business aspects so that it's sustainable and when they deliver the seed. But at the farmer level, we are now observing some traction, maybe through intervention sites where these things are delivered to maybe a group of farmers and you see productivity going up. But I would say maybe there's still a gap to make sure that now we talk of even national level adoption so that these benefits can be realized by farmers. But in intervention sites, productivity is going up. There are, those early adopters are making it happen now, and I think those efforts will need to be amplified in the delivery system so that the national average yields that we talk about will continue to increase.
Thank you. Now, JB, if we are to forget everything else you've said and we remember just one sentence, not two, one, what would that be?
Thank you. So what I would like to say is that we as TriSeed, we're trying to get good genetics for farmers, but we're also trying to see how we can partner with the others to get high-yielding varieties, or genetic varieties that can help us. And we would call ITF also to, within the partnership, I have seen the logos yesterday, but I was missing the private companies in those logos, and yet they're the one benefiting on that extension. So if we can be on board with you, we are gaining benefit from what you are doing, but if you are not involved, sometimes we are not, so.
Good, that's a long sentence if it was one sentence.
Yeah.
Betty, if it is one sentence, one thing that you want us to remember from the regulators, what is it that we should carry home from the regulators? If you had to remember one thing.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that we want to strengthen the public-private partnership so that we can we can be sure that we are moving together to make sure that the seed business is being done in the correct way. Thank you.
So strengthening of public-private partnership is the key message from the regulators. Jonga? If we had to remember one thing from AATF, what would that be?
I would say in Africa, we now have good technologies that can improve productivity. What we need is to put more efforts on adoption so that they can be used effectively.
Let's double our efforts to ensure there is adoption of technology. That is Jonga's message. And Yolanda, if we are to remember something from UPOV, we say, let's not forget this, what would that be?
Yes, that will be improved varieties are key for development of the agricultural sector. So please keep working together, support each other in the whole journey of UPOV membership. You'll become strong through that process and we'll be supporting each other.
Importance of improved varieties as part of our package of technologies. I know there are other technologies, but improved varieties that are key in terms of the package. And Andreas, what would that be from Easter?
Yeah,
I can guess, but you go ahead.
That would be probably seed quality is essential, and all stakeholders in this process have to work together, not single, together.
Yep, seed quality is very critical. I normally say garbage in, garbage out. If you start with poor quality seed, you will not get a good quality crop. So good quality seed is important for good quality crop coming out of it. There is no way a lot of fertilizer will change a seed that does not germinate. If the seed does not germinate, however much fertilizer you apply, nothing will happen to the seed. It will stay in the soil. So good quality seed, very critical as an important initial input. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have to come to the end of this session. I know there's still a lot that everyone wants to say. I've seen several hands going up from some other corners, but allow us to stop here and catch up with the panelists as we take the break. Hand over back to the master of ceremony or facilitator-in-chief. Over to you, sir, and thanks for your attention.
You know. All right, a round of applause to the panelists and the moderator for this session. And without further ado, I want us to quickly rush into the next panel. Or you want to go for a short break? Yeah. Okay, wonderful. So we can, is coffee ready? Is it ready? Ready? Just give me the cue. Is ready? Yeah? Okay, so they're saying not yet. But we can go for a short break, and then we come back. If it will be ready, you can walk in with your coffee, and we proceed with the next panel. It's a very key panel. It's where the money is, and it's important for us to talk about that. All right? Otherwise, the money owners will say, I have another appointment to go give out money elsewhere, and we'll miss out on that. Okay, so let's make it real quick. Let's say 10 minutes, and then we come back. Wonderful.
Bank of Kigali Agribusiness is a strategic initiative of the Bank of Kigali to provide product and financial services to agribusiness customers through dedicated agri department and also professional staff. We are focused on key value chain. We are focusing in the Irish potato value chain, maize, rice, coffee and tea, horticulture, and dairy value chain. That means that our focus in terms of business opportunities, but we are quite open to finance other value chain as well. So these initiatives support the growth and the success of the farmers as well as other value chain actors in two ways. One, that's the product and services you're providing that are financial. We provide loans, savings, account, advisory services to coach them, to support them in terms of getting in working capital and investment. And also we have another component of non-financial services where the farmers, we are working together with farmers in partnership to make sure that we increase the knowledge of the farmers and also sharing information on climate, on market information so that the farmer can take the informed decision. The first benefit is just to work with someone who understands your business. We have the agribusiness managers per value chain. These are agronomists understanding the sector. The second one is just to have the right products and services that can meet the customer needs, the farmer's needs on time as well. The third one is just to make sure that we have this non-financial product, as I said, to support the farmers. We are not supporting only farmers on the financial side. We are also partnering in the businesses to make sure that the knowledge are increased. If there is any new technology on the market, they need to be aware. So lastly, we are supporting the farmers in different initiatives. We have a different initiative on the market that can make the loan we are providing to the farmers affordable to them. So it's unique because the bank decided to set up the agribusiness department. That's unique on the market. So we are having the agribusiness managers by value chain. We have the product from input to output. You may say if it's a product, someone in a maize value chain focusing on input, we have product dedicated for that activity is doing. In production, the same. In aggregation, the same. In processing, we have the entire value chain. We have the product specific for them to support working capital as well as the investment. As you assess the agribusiness will start from the seed. That's why we say that is farm to fork. We need to think on the seed side, the input. So on the input side, the BK invests a lot to support the seed multiplication in Rwanda, especially in maize value chain, where we support the one of our client to increase the production, to make sure that he's collecting on seasonal basis 1,500 metric tons of seeds to supply to the market to make sure that our farmers are accessing the quality seeds. So our commitment is just to measure the impact of our transaction in this journey. How many farmers are working with this agri-entrepreneur? How many farmers are buying the quality seed? How, at which level our production has been increased, and the contribution of the food security. So that's one of the success stories I can talk about. So the BK commitment to agriculture sector is aligned with the BK vision, BK mission, value, and also the BK motto. As far as to the vision is concerned, we need to have the high-end innovative products. That's all agriculture financing is all about. That's why we have the department, that's why we have the professional staff to make sure that we are at the top of the market in terms of innovative products and services. Finally, as BK motto say that we need to financially transforming the lives of the Rwandans, and you know that the agriculture sector employs 66%. We need to be part of that journey and not to make sure that our impact is also in agriculture, and that's the huge market. So we can be able to meet our commitment in terms of financially transforming life. Well, thank you very much. The Bank of Kigali made the commitment of 150 billion Rwandan francs in upcoming 3 to 5 years. That will be our total portfolio, that's your target. So what I can say is just we have huge commitment, and that's a transformation journey in agriculture finance space. And what I can tell to our agri farmers, processors, or any agri value chain actors, we are open. The door is open to support. We need to be sure that our farmers are aware of this product, are aware of our commitment. The second one is just we are focusing on this through our branches. We have 68 branches. That will be also the commitment of each branch to support the agri-business. Any farmer or any agribusiness actors around the branch will be getting this service of the branch. Another thing that you can commit is just we are working with the different initiatives to make sure that any support that's coming from the government of Rwanda, that's coming from different partners in terms of development, the farmer is getting that support through Bank of Kigali.
natangiye guhinga ibiti nk'uwo musore kuko ibiti narabikunze na ba sogokuru nasanze bari babifite, ariko hagati aho bigenda bisaza. Haza umushinga Tubura udushishikariza ko dushobora kuba twatera ibiti. Dore impamvu nashishikariye gutera ibiti. Iya mbere nko kuri kariyandere nayitangaho urugero. Mbere nari nzifite ziza kugenda zuma zincikaho, ariko zamfashaga kugaburira amatungo yanjye. Nabonaga nk'urubingo nkazivangira nka itungo ryanjye ryamererwaga neza. Ngo kuri gereveriya nayo akamaro kayo nakuragaho imihembezo, nkakuramo imbaho, nkakuramo inkwi zo gucana. Ibyo biti byamfashaga kurwanya isuri, ubutaka bwanjye ntabwo bwangirikaga. Ukomeje kubona ibiti umusozi wacu mu myaka iri imbere nk'ibiri, none waba umeze neza cyane. Duhumeka umwuka mwiza, ubutaka bwacu bugenda butagenda.
Nari nakorana na Tubura narahingaga, ariko izo hegitari ebyiri ntazo nari mfite zose, nari mfite nk'imwe. Ntabwo nabashaga gusarura byibuze imifuka 3 y'ibishyimbo, kubera ko twakoreshaga ifumbire ry'imborera ryonyine. ukabona uri gukorera mu gihombo ariko ukabura uko ubigenza. Ubwo leta y'ubumwe ituba hafi, ituzanira tubura, tuyijyamo bakaja badukopa ifumbire itari nababwiye n'akandi karenzeho. Nasaruye uruhande rumwe motoni y'ibigori, urundi ruhande nsaruramo imifuka 5 y'ibishyimbo. Numvishe nishimye cyane, nafasha ya toni y'ibigori ngurishaho imifuka 7, nsigarana imifuka 3 yo gukoresha ku muryango wanjye mu rugo. Nahise nkuramo umurima w'ibihumbi 600, ndongera mfata ya mifuka 5 y'ibishyimbo ngurisha 2. Naragiye nguramo ingurube imwe nyigura ibihumbi 100. Iragenda ibyari bya 8. Hari ibindi bikoresho ntagiraga byo kwifashisha mu buhinzi. Negeye umukangurambaga watubura, mubwira ko nkeneye rozwari, nkeneye n'ipombo. Aza kumpuza n'iduka. Nabivuze nka saa 6, saa 9 yaringezeho. Niyo nkoresha mu gutera umuti muri bwa busimba, mu kuvomera imboga, muri kuri rozwari, nta kibazo mfite. Mu myaka iri imbere nshaka kuzagura imodoka yanjye nkaje ndayitemberamo, nkereka n'abandi ibyiza byo guhinga. Uguhinga ugendeye kuri tubura, ku ifumbire iguha ukarikoresha neza. Njyewe nta kindi nteze imbere kuri nge uretse kurwana ku muryango wanjye. Abakobwa 2 bari bageze mu wa 3. Nge ndumva bagira ku university, kuko bazaja kurangiza primaire bambe secondaire. Nanjye nzaba mfite ubwizigame nazigamye kugira ngo bakomeze bazamuke baminuze.
Nitwa Mukabarame Odeta. Abahashize rero umwaka nkorana na tubura kubigendanye n'umusaruro w'ibiti bya avoka, kuko bamaze kungura inshuro 2. Ntarajya muri iyi gahunda ubona ko umusaruro wapfaga ubusa, kuko byasabaga gusarura utuvoka duke ndi bujyane ku dusoko twa Nyagasambu cyangwa hajya gushaka umukiriya mu mujyi, bikantwara igihe n'umwanya muremure. Ariko ubu barambwira ati tuzaza gusarura nkitegura ivoka zose zujuje ubuziranenge bakazisarura, nkabona biranshimishije. Impa amafaranga aziye rimwe, nta mwanya bintwara byo kongera kujya gushaka isoko. Bwa mbere banguriye avoka zihwana n'ibihumbi 19, azira rimwe. Hashize n'iminsi bampa bonisi, amafaranga yangiriye akamaro. Icyo gihe nsanze ndwaye, yakemuye ibibazo byari mu rugo. Igiti cya avoka nabonye ari akamaro, nabonye n'imirima yanjye yose nayishyiramo ibyo biti. Nishyuye n'abahinzi icyo gihe, aho ubuhinzi bwari bugeze nishyuye n'abahinzi.
Bank of Kigali Agribusiness is a strategic initiative of the Bank of Kigali to provide product and financial services to agribusiness customers through dedicated agri departments and also professional staff. We are focused on key value chain. We are focusing in the Irish potato value chain, maize, rice, coffee and tea, horticulture, and dairy value chain. That means that our focus in terms of business opportunities, but we are quite open to finance other value chain as well. So these initiatives support the growth and the success of the farmers as well as other value chain actors in 2 ways. One, that's the product and services you're providing that are financial. We provide loans, savings, account, advisory services to coach them, to support them in terms of getting in working capital and investment. And also we have another component of non-financial services where the farmers, we are working together with farmers in partnership to make sure that we increase the knowledge of the farmers and also sharing information on climate, on market information so that the farmer can take the informed decision. The first benefit is just to work with someone who understands your business. We have the agribusiness managers per value chain. These are agronomists understanding the sector. The second one is just to have the right products and services that can meet the customer needs, the farmer's needs on time as well. The third one is just to make sure that we have this non-financial product, as I said, to support the farmers. We are not supporting only farmers on the financial side. We are also partnering in the businesses to make sure that the knowledge are increased. If there is any new technology on the market, they need to be aware. So lastly, we are supporting the farmers in different initiatives. We have a different initiative on the market that can make the loan we are providing to the farmers affordable to them. So it's unique because the bank decided to set up the agribusiness department. That's unique on the market. So we are having the agribusiness managers by value chain. We have the product from input to output. You may say if it's a product, someone in a maize value chain focusing on input, we have product dedicated for that activity is doing. In production, the same. In aggregation, the same. In processing, we have the entire value chain. We have the product specific for them to support working capital as well as the investment. As you assess the agribusiness will start from the seed. That's why we say that is farm to fork. We need to think on the seed side, the input. So on the input side, the BK invests a lot to support the seed multiplication in Rwanda, especially in maize value chain, where we support the one of our client to increase the production, to make sure that he's collecting on seasonal basis 1,500 metric tons of seeds to supply to the market, to make sure that our farmers are accessing the quality seeds. So our commitment is just to measure the impact of our transaction in this journey. How many farmers are working with this agri-entrepreneur? How many farmers are buying the quality seed? How, at which level our production has been increased, and the contribution of the food security. So that's one of the success stories I can talk about. So the BK commitment to agriculture sector is aligned with the BK vision, BK mission, value, and also the BK motto. As far as to the vision is concerned, we need to have the high-end innovative products. That's all agriculture financing is all about. That's why we have the department, that's why we have the professional staff to make sure that we are at the top of the market in terms of innovative product and services. Finally, as BK motto say that we need to financially transforming the lives of the Rwandans, and you know that the agriculture sector employs 66%. We need to be part of that journey and not to make sure that our impact is also in agriculture, and that's the huge market. So we can be able to meet our commitment in terms of financially transforming life. Well, thank you very much. The Bank of Kigali made the commitment of 150 billion Rwandan francs in upcoming 3 to 5 years. That will be our total portfolio, that's your target. So what I can say is just we have huge commitment, and that's a transformation journey in agriculture finance space. And what I can tell to our agri farmers, processors, or any agri value chain actors, we are open. The door is open to support. We need to be sure that our farmers are aware of this product, are aware of our commitment. The second one is just we are focusing on this through our branches. We have 68 branches. That will be also the commitment of each branch to support the agri-business. Any farmer or any agribusiness actors around the branch will be getting this service of the branch. Another thing that you can commit is just we are working with the different initiatives to make sure that any support that's coming from the government of Rwanda, that's coming from different partners in terms of development, the farmer is getting that support through Bank of Kigali.
natangiye guhinga ibiti nkiri umusore, kuko ibiti narabikunze na ba sogokuru nasanze bari babifite, ariko hagati aho bigenda bisaza. Haza umushinga Tubura udushishikariza ko dushobora kuba twatera ibiti. Dore impamvu nashishikariye gutera ibiti. Iya mbere nko kuri kariyandara nayitangaho urugero. Mbere nari nzifite ziza kugenda zuma zincikaho, ariko zamfashaga kugaburira amatungo yanjye. Nabonaga nk'urubingo nkazivangira nkaho itungo ryanjye ryamererwaga neza. Ngo kuri gereveriya nayo akamaro kayo nakuragaho imihembezo, nkakuramo imbaho, nkakuramo inkwi zo gucana. Ibyo biti byamfashaga kurwanya isuri, ubutaka bwanjye ntabwo bwangirikaga. Ukomeje kubona ibiti umusozi wacu mu myaka iri imbere nk'ibiri, none waba umeze neza cyane. Duhumeka umwuka mwiza, ubutaka bwacu bugenda butagenda.
Ntari nakorana na Tubura, narahingaga, ariko izo hegitari ebyiri ntazo nari mfite zose, nari mfite nk'imwe. Ntabwo nabashaga gusarura byibuze imifuka 3 y'ibishyimbo, kubera ko twakoreshaga ifumbire ry'imborera ryonyine. Ukabona uri gukorera mu gihombo, ariko ukabura uko ubigenza. Ubwo leta y'ubumwe ituba hafi, ituzanira Tubura, tuyijyamo, bakaja badukopa ifumbire. Itari nababwiye n'akandi karenzeho, nasaruye iruhande rumwe motoni y'ibigori, urundi ruhande nsaruramo imifuka 5 y'ibishyimbo. Numvishe nishimye cyane, nafashe ya toni y'ibigori ngurishaho imifuka 7, nsigarana imifuka 3 yo gukoresha ku muryango wanjye mu rugo. Nahise nkuramo umurima w'ibihumbi 600, ndongera mfata ya mifuka 5 y'ibishyimbo ngurisha 2. Naragiye nguramo ingurube imwe, nyigura ibihumbi 100. Iragenda ibyari byano 8. Hari ibindi bikoresho ntagiraga byo kwifashisha mu buhinzi. Negeye umukangurambaga wa Tubura, mubwira ko nkeneye rozwari, nkeneye n'ipombo. Aza kumpuza n'iduka. Nabivuze nka saa 6, saa 9 yari ingezeho. Niyo nkoresha mu gutera umuti muri bwa busimba, mu kuvomera imboga, muri kuri rozwari. Nta kibazo mfite. Mu myaka iri imbere nshaka kuzagura imodoka yanjye, haje ndayitemberamo, nkereka n'abandi ibyiza byo guhinga. Uguhinga ugendeye kuri Tubura, ku ifumbire iguha, ukarikoresha neza. Njyewe nta kindi nteze imbere kuri njye uretse kurwana ku muryango wanjye. Abakobwa 2 bari bageze mu wa 3. Ngiye ndumva bagira ku university, kuko bazaja kurangiza primaire bambe segonderi. Nanjye nzaba mfite ubwizigame nazigamye kugira ngo bakomeze bazamuke baminuze.
Abahashize rero umwaka nkorana na Tubura ku bigendanye n'umusaruro w'ibiti bya avoka, kuko bamaze kungurira inshuro 2. Ntarajya muri iyi gahunda ubona ko umusaruro wapfaga ubusa, kuko byasabaga gusarura utuvoka duke ndi bujyane ku dusoko twa Nyagasambu, cyangwa nkajya gushaka umukiriya mu mujyi, bikantwara igihe.
So I want us to start off this session. And I'm happy that we are more relaxed now. It's a democratic MC. Very democratic. Eh? So wonderful. So I want us to settle in the room so that I can invite our panelists for this session that we're going to have a very important discussion. And the discussion is going to be looking at the financing solutions for agricultural value chain. May I have your attention, please? I don't have your attention, and I'm worried. Very worried. Thank you, I have yours. Asante sana. It's more than enough, so I'll proceed. Okay, so I want us to prepare and put our hands together to bring our panelists who are joining me for this panel discussion on financing solutions for agricultural value chain. And first up is the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture in Rwanda, Dr. Olivier Kamana. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. You can join me here. Thank you so much. Joining us also on set, representing the CEO of the Bank of Kigali, is Levi Gasangwa. He is the Chief Business and Corporate Solutions Lead at Bank of Kigali. Let's give him a round of applause. Also joining us on set is none other than the Chief Executive Officer of BRD, Sainzoga Kampeta Pichet. Let's give a round of applause. Also joining us is the Chief Executive Officer of BDF, Vincent Munyeshaka. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And lastly, we have Benjamin Gasamajera, who's the CEO and founder, Safari Center Limited, and also the chair of Tri-Seeds Company Limited. Thank you very much. Mic check 1, 2. I think we are good to go. I want us to set off this conversation. And Pichet, thank you so much for helping us not to end up with a manel. It almost became a manel, not a panel. So thank you so much. And I'm going to start off with you on this particular conversation. I'm sorry for the pressure, yeah? It's just how I was raised. So we're going to start off with this conversation. We have had a lot of talk on the aspect of financing. And today, I know we already know the challenges that we have. I want us to talk more to the solutions, to talk more to what we need to do to be able to fix this challenge of financing. I was just doing some research and I was a bit shocked at the amount in terms of percentage that the agriculture sector gets in terms of budgets or even funding from the loan books of financial institutions. In a country like here in Rwanda, we see 7%. This is the latest data that I have. It might have changed, while the sector is contributing 30% and above to the GDP of the growth. If agriculture sector was a person and it was standing alongside other sectors, it would say, Murikunsuka, you're just praising me for nothing, that I contribute a lot, I'm the backbone of the economy, yet you only give me 7%. Stop it, guys. Why is this the case? 7% against what we say agriculture sector is. Why is this, or why has this been the case for over, the years we've been able to see this?
Thank you very much. And can you hear me? Yes? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me and BRD on this panel. That's officially a panel and not a manual. There are very many reasons, but let me try to touch on the top 3 reasons. I think the first thing is that, to be quite open, as bankers, we don't understand rural projects very well. So we do better. We have a general bias around urban projects versus rural projects. So understanding the credit risk of agriculture in a rural context is quite difficult. The second one is really around access to collateral. And I'm glad that the CEO of BDF is on the panel, because it's a recurring issue for banks. They say, we want to do agriculture, however, the value of the collateral is very low, the value of the land up country is very low, and therefore the amounts that it would unlock are fairly small. The third issue is that the way agriculture is, the way banking tends to work is very transaction-based. So you pick one transaction, you want to buy a house, you know, we assess the value of your project, and you get your house.
Yeah.
Agriculture, for it to make commercial sense, needs to be more of a value chain approach. If you look at the risk, you need to understand the risk from the beginning, and I'm glad we're here because seeds are definitely the beginning.
Yeah.
So seeds and fertilizers, all the way to the agriculture practice. Looking at now, I mean, recently we did field visits to try to design a new agriculture product as BRD. And I was having discussions with Umurenge Sako. We visited 8 of them. And I asked them, in your portfolio of agriculture, what is your #1 risk? And I was expecting them to say, you know, they're not using enough fertilizers, they're not using enough seed. And consistently, the 8 of them said climate change.
Yeah.
Right? So this is an emergent risk. On top of the traditional risk, now we have a new risk, which is a climate change risk. And therefore, as allocators of capital, because that's what banks are, they allocate capital,
Yeah.
and they try to, with the exception of BRD, the rest really try to maximize profit.
Yeah.
They look at their 1 Rwandan franc and they said, well, I could put this Rwandan franc in manufacturing, have a hard asset, which is the factory, not worry about climate change,
Yeah.
Get my money back with a strong collateral and be done.
Yeah.
So in the context of access to finance that is limited in general in Rwanda, there is a tendency to go for asset finance, which are easier to finance, rather than agriculture, which is harder to finance.
Right.
But I think at the heart of it all is we have not taken the time to understand agriculture, to understand the risk. And I'm saying this because today, as a development bank, my largest non-performing portfolio is infrastructure. It's not agriculture. So clearly there's a perceived risk that may not be well assessed because of our own bias.
Yeah. And the people within the agriculture space seated in this room might be very, very worried about that statement when you said we have not taken time to study the sector proper to be able to finance it in the way it should. But I know you as a person, individually, at the bank that you manage, which actually plays a key role in financing these sectors. What have you done, or what are the unique measures that are coming out of your space that are unique to others, in case people need funding from the agriculture space?
So thank you for the question, Eugene. So with the support of the government, so principally Minekofi, the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Agriculture, we have actually raised a special line of credit for agriculture called CDAT, Commercialization and De-risking of Agriculture. We have a booth out there, so people should feel free to go and hear more about it. And the idea was really to say, can we have a credit line that is specifically dedicated to production and post-harvest handling?
Yeah.
So that line of credit is about $15 million that could be scaled up with another $40 million. And what it aims to do is actually to avail funding at 8%. So 8 munani, not 80. And
single digit.
Really,
single digit.
Single digit.
Yeah.
8%.
Yeah.
That is available for various actors in the agriculture value chain.
Yeah.
So it can be the seed producers, it can be the fertilizer producers, it can be the farmers. And that line of credit is available not only via BRD, but we also want to bring the financial institutions on board.
Yeah.
Because BRD doesn't have a large presence. As you know, we don't have agencies. So the model is really to say, can we bring in financial institutions on board? And I'm glad to announce that this product has been now available for less than 8 months, and we already have financial institutions that are participating. We have BK, I'm glad Levi is here. We have Equity Bank, Goshen, Umutanguha, Inhunga, and RIM.
Yeah.
So these are all microfinances and banks that have a wide footprint in the market.
Yeah.
And the seed producers and the other agents can access this very cheap line of finance. The second thing with this line of finance is the tenor. So you can now, with this particular product, we see that, you can have a loan for up to 10 years. Because that's another thing. What if you want to plant a crop that takes, 6 years, 7 years?
Yeah.
Especially horticulture. We've seen You know, if you want to do macadamia, you have to be patient. If you want to do some of these tree harvesting, you have to be more patient. So now this particular line allows you to repay over a period of 10 years with a 3 years grace period.
Right.
So if your crop takes 3 years to come online, we will be patient and we'll wait for it to come online.
Interesting. Out of all the panelists seated here, there's one panelist you've called his name more than once. And so I'm going to go next to him, and that is Vincent Munyeshaka. And you represent the Business Development Fund, BDF. And the question is along the lines of what most people within the agriculture space always feel is an impediment for them to access finance, and that is collateral. And the sector has been always seen as a risky sector to finance. Tell me something new today that is going to give hope to people who are in the agriculture space that that problem is actually being fixed.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I'm very glad to be part of this discussion. I think the issue number one is actually the agriculture sector is seen as a very risky sector. And as BDF, we have one specific product actually to see how we can de-risk financial institution to lend more to agriculture sector. So, and I'm glad to report here that by the end of May, we have been able to revise our partial credit guarantee scheme. That is actually covering some level of risk for partner financial institution to allow them to lend more to agriculture sector. So, for instance, if I can give some detailed information, so we can cover up, general coverage is, risk coverage is 50% of the loan. The farmer can get from a financial institution, but we can go up to 75% for very specific groups like women, youth, and other specific group we embedded in our policy. So as we were having this discussion, I think the most important thing here is how can we come together as partner financial institution and BDF, and then we de-risk the sector. But also there is another issue I'd like to add on what my colleague has been saying. We need to mobilize more resources, cheap money for financing this sector, and to provide some level of subsidy on lending rate. But also BDF, we do manage grant from agriculture sector, where actually our big portfolio in terms of grant management, 100% is supporting agriculture sector.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to report that now we're managing like 16 billion Rwandan franc over 5 years, starting with 2022 up to 2026 to support actually financing, access to finance by agriculture sector. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Benjamin, I mean, you now, sit actively within the private sector space. Over the years, you are at the forefront as an advocacy champion at the Private Sector Federation. And when you listen to the financial institution talk about the image of the business, the agribusiness space, and they flag the aspect of the risk factor, what do you think those with this mindset, or still have this mindset about the sector, are missing out on? What is that they're really missing in terms of the point in this particular case of funding this sector that they consider risky?
Thank you for asking me that question. Thank you for having me. First of all, I'm very glad that we are seated here and talking about finance in agriculture.
Yeah.
I think we should have this more and more. Because I think in all of that, we don't really understand. It's not only the finance sector. Maybe also it's the whole country was not understanding agriculture as a business. There is that perception which has been there for long. For those who have been in this country even before, there was an identification which was in IDs, the before IDs, which was muhinzi, the profession. The profession, you were either a public servant, a businessman, and there was Nzi, muhinzi. So the majority of people, so the majority of people who had nothing to do, it was muhinzi. It was farmer agriculture. So, and that's why it was taking the majority of people. So that's to tell you that up to recently, so it was not understood as really a business that can be relied on. Even those who were making it, they were making it because they had nothing else to do. But as you said, we started mobilizing, of course, talking with our key partner, which is the government. We were asked to mobilize the private sector, which was attracted, as the banks were saying. We also were attracted by other sectors, but not seeing agriculture as really a strategic sector that we can invest in.
Yeah.
So by starting in investing in, that's where we started to understand it and see how we can de-risk it, as I think the risk is really the exact term to talk about it. And by de-risking it, I would like to bring in, as come to your question, something that we need to look at. Why agriculture is very risky? Because agriculture is a value chain business. It can be very long, it can be short as well.
Yeah.
I think banks and some of us also were interested at the very short part. So they are the parts which is very long, which is being done by those people, that are the small farmers that I was talking about. We don't know what they go through.
Yeah.
But when they harvest, the quick part comes in.
Yeah.
But now, we are asked to go into the whole value chain.
Yeah.
That's where the sustainability is. And that's where we need to sit together and see how we can invest in. We can't invest in with traditional financial products, which are mainly commercial, because the funds that we have available are mainly titled to that commercial trading aspect. We need some developmental funds, or whatever, how you call it.
Yeah.
So that's where we need to develop to see it in a component way,
Yeah.
not in only in that last part of business, but in the whole value chain. So that developmental part, how do we do it? Who is going to do it? And I'm glad that NSR has made, I mean, through this conference, we are learning that. Last night I was talking to very important people here in the room, and they told me that there's plenty of money everywhere. Plenty. We just need to know how to attract it.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, can help in the risking and making the financial in agriculture possible, so that we can go from 7% up to more than 30%.
Yeah.
And we in private sector, I think we are ready to play our part, because we have already been engaged.
Yeah.
It's no longer a business of Nzi,
Yeah.
of the people who have nothing to do.
Yeah.
In our business, we have also one part, you will find more prominent businessmen telling you also they have invested in these collateral investment, which is something good, because you need to bring in the critical mass of practitioners, so then they can help together with the public sector and the financial sector, so that we can have discussions like this, which can help us to approach that, I mean, to attract that money, which can help us on the developmental side,
Yeah.
and we can concentrate on the commercial side.
Of things. All right, interesting. And I want to come to the Bank of Kigali before I come to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture. I was looking at the logos here, and maybe it's because I'm wearing magnifying glasses, seeing the BK logo being bigger. It's the biggest of the logos I'm seeing here. And talking of Bank of Kigali, I'm also aware that the bank has committed around 17.9 billion Kenya shillings. And you mentioned earlier on also there's 150 billion Rwandan francs to go towards supporting agribusinesses locally and in the region. And I'm trying to wonder what took so long to see this sector as a sector that requires funding and support that we are seeing today the Bank of Kigali giving to the sector?
Thank you. I think you flogged on it earlier.
Yeah.
It was about high time that as the largest financial institution in Rwanda, that we really take advantage of the current ecosystem that the government of Rwanda, with Minagri, NAEB, RAB, put in place to support the agricultural sector. As you mentioned, contributing to 30% of the GDP, 50% of the exports, and last but not least, 66% of the workforce. So we stopped with the promises, and this year, I think I was glad when I entered the room, our head of agribusiness, Alexis, was on the screen already saying what I'm about to say right now.
Yeah.
So I'm just augmenting to what he said. We want to be the preferred bank for agribusiness in Rwanda, and we are committing $150 million, Rwand's franc equivalent, for the next 3 years or so. To put things into perspective, that's about growing tenfold every single year.
Yeah.
So in doing so, we built an agribusiness department to remove, as CEO Kameta said, the bias toward the sector. Because we don't want bankers to go to the agriculturers. We literally hire agriculturals who understand the intricacies of the business, the needs of the smallholder farmers, who have worked with them, who have tried and succeeded in some of the schemes that were put in place, so that we can come, we train them as bankers so that they understand the risks, they understand the structure, and in doing so we take advantage, as I mentioned, of the interest subsidy that BRD availed to us, so that we can help, whether it's on the top of the food chain, the agro-processors for seed, to scale up their operations. We do help them with investment loans so that they can expand their operations. But we also understand for those businesses that are mature, we want to make sure that we help them with agriculture inventory financing, which enables them not to always avail a collateral. We can put in place a collateral management system in place to ensure that they can get up to 70% of the intake.
Yeah.
So, and last but not least, one of the biggest issues banks used to have is also not only the bias, but also from the side of the customers, is to manage the credit risk and the lack of collateral.
Yeah.
So we are partnering also with DFIs to ensure that we have portfolio risk coverage. We're partnering with loss cover insurances, taking advantage of what is available under the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme.
Yeah.
And we also make sure that we partner with strategic institutions such as USAID for non-financial services to improve the financial literacy of our customers, to ensure that they understand how to manage their cash flows, understand the seasonality of their businesses, and to gather as much data as we can. Banks cannot run successful models if the data collection is not of good quality.
Okay. Data collection is key. Before I come to the PS, are we comfortable with the AC? I'm always keen. I'm playing all the roles. Are we okay with it? Can it be switched off? All right. So Ashes, help us with that. I need to manage all the roles that I have here. PS, we heard yesterday by the submissions that were being made by some from the private sector who mentioned the fact that government cannot or should not do everything, should not get into the business also of selling, buying, doing the agribusiness itself, but to create the conducive environment for that. We also heard that the government or the programs in terms of targets can be attained through both conventional and non-conventional ways. and sometimes 2030 can be the target, but we hit that target within 5 years. When you sit within the spaces of policy formulation, what are the conversations that are taking place, or what can be done to push policies that will increase this investment within the agriculture sector from financial institutions? Is this even possible to be able to push this number that we're seeing, less than 10% of investment, of banks' loan books going to the agriculture sector? What can policy do to be able to drive more investment in terms of financing to the sector?
Thank you, Eugene. The first thing that we are doing now is to provide a conducive environment for the agriculture sector, so that our farmers become more confident and start approaching financial institutions. So what we have established so far, we have already put in place, as Levi has mentioned, the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme.
Yeah.
So it is a scheme that gives confidence to farmers that whatever they invest, their investments are not going to be lost due to the existing challenges, such as climate change, crop diseases, etc. We have also put in place a policy exempting VAT for all agriculture-related inputs. So this enables the environment and gives more confidence to our farmers. But we are also going to continue to put more efforts to provide R&D facilities, especially for the 3 production factors for agriculture. So, as the old wisdom says, we reap what we sow. So we have to make sure that the 3 production factors, namely the seeds, the soil, and fertilizers, are of good quality. Then additionally, we come in with the rain and water. So once we master how the seeds are produced locally, because our aim is to shift from importing seeds, as Honorable Minister mentioned it yesterday. Now we have at least managed to achieve a high percentage of locally produced seeds, and the next target is to get 100% of the seeds in our country locally produced, as per the theme of this Congress. So then for the seeds, we need R&D first, research and development, so that we have seeds that are tailored to the structure of our soils. Then for the soil itself, we need soil analysis, studies. So we've been having studies on soil, but soils gets eroded over the time and suffers a lot from the consequences of climate change. And then the seeds that we're going to put in the soil must be seeds that are climate resilient, as we are now facing the global issue of climate change. And then fertilizers must be tailored also to the nature of the soil. Then what we do also as policy is to, we've got now a policy of using SSIT, small-scale irrigation technologies, so that we become more conversant with the use of hillside irrigation using small and affordable technologies. And we've put in place matching grants through RAB to help our farmers to access those technologies.
Right, that's interesting. But then I want to ask you before I go to the rest, you know, what is it that you feel as government, the players in the agribusiness industry and the financial institutions are missing out on? What is it that you feel they need to up their game on if we are to actually make this industry successful?
Now, the trend is shifting. So traditionally, people used to think that agriculture is not profitable. As Benjamin has mentioned, people who are jobless were considered as farmers, umuhinzi. I remember the famous Nzi in ID cards before. But now we are very happy to see that people are shifting. So it's not only in Rwanda, but it's a global trend. We think that people have now get this level of consciousness to know that we have to be, we must be back to the agriculture. So the future billionaires in this world will be farmers. So for us, we are very happy to see that our farmers are now aware of the opportunities existing, and that's why we have also put in place several programs for agriculture modernization. Yes, so now we are very confident to see that as our farmers and bankers, we are now collaborating together, and we see that the future is bright for us.
Okay, I think PS has been so diplomatic. I'm going to cross over to the other end. The question was actually, where do you think, or what do you think they need to improve on? How do you want them to look at things differently? When you see certain things happening within the sector and you scratch your head and say, these people, what is that thing?
Okay, let me say that, let me increase the level of truth in what I'm going to say. So, some financial institutions are still reluctant to intervene in the agriculture sector. That's why maybe BK logo is the biggest here. It doesn't mean that BK is the only, it's the largest bank in our country, but other banks, let me use the term financial institutions, they are still reluctant to intervene. And they impose, some of them, they impose heavy interest rates. And the willingness to support our farmers is still low. Yes, this is, we should, what can be done is to make them also, I don't know if you can go through awareness campaigns, maybe to try to talk to them, to increase talks and show them that there is a potential in our agriculture sector. And yes, to make them also feel that the agriculture sector is a sector in which they can invest and prosper.
I need more truth. The farmers are not listening. What do you want them to change? More truth again, yes, to the farmers now. They're not listening.
I want them to be less demanding when it comes to providing agriculture financial services.
Less demanding.
In terms of credit, loan, the rates, and also the requirements. The requirements somehow, the requirements to get a loan in the banks are very heavy. So they should reduce and try to see that once a farmer is insured through the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme, there is no way of putting him heavy conditions. He should be facilitated. I think the only one, the condition that should be sine qua non is insurance. Once insurance is there, the rest should be easy.
Okay. Benjamin, I'm going to cross over to you. Thank you. That's an applause for you, PS. I mean, you can clap, eh? Don't be mean on the claps, eh? Right, Benjamin, I'm going to cross over to you. I mean, the PS has mentioned and put a lot of truth, which I now want us to actually talk. I mean, otherwise, if everything is okay, let us close this conversation, we go home. But if we need to fix things, we need to actually speak truth to power. What are the things that you feel financial institutions need to hear today that probably they've been missing out on? And what are the things that you also feel the policymakers have been missing out on? They're not getting it. You know, when you hear a policy formulation and you just scratch your head and you're like, why? These people are not getting it. There's a point they're missing. What is that you want them to hear today?
Thank you very much for such a clear question. I think I was hearing everybody and I was thinking, for bank institutions, financial institutions, if they are using the money they have, I'm afraid it's going to be very hard to get there, to have the impact that we need.
Why?
Yeah, you talk, for example, about BK, which is the largest bank. If they use commercial funds that they have, then we try to blame them. But at the end of the day, you can see it even in the gesture. They are trying to find ways of helping agriculture. When you want to do a business, it's not a pity. It's a win-win.
Yeah.
It's not for the financial institution because they are more into commercial. And that's the line. I mean, on one part, you understand them.
Yeah.
So now they are starting to try to see how they can help, I may say, agriculture.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have that approach. Because if you go with that approach of helping, of trying to find solutions for farmers and agriculture, to me, it's not right.
It's not right. The savior mentality
is
a win-win situation. Yeah.
And I'm going to talk about that how it can be win-win, because we talked about the risking.
Yeah.
Now agriculture is getting more and more the risk. There's that, I think the CEO of BRD talked about the climate change. The climate change, I would like to come to the public institution. They can help us with the right infrastructure. Because it's really, with all the water that we have across the whole country, all the rain that we have, but if we don't irrigate properly, we still be dependent of prayers to God that the rain comes so that I can that can't be an agriculture that banks can finance. So that infrastructure is crucial. The infrastructure in irrigation. Of course, seeds are crucial. And we are working on seeds. We have, where we are is not bad because we are producing enough seeds for the country, but we need to make them better because to increase the yield percentage. And then fertilizers, we know where we can get them. We don't produce them locally, but we can work on it. If we have the right infrastructure and the right ingredients, and the insurance, as the PS was talking about, there's no way that these banks can look at agriculture as a pity, that they have to pity them. So it's a win business, it's a win-win business. So de-risking agriculture must be a reality, not one part. It's not only the insurance. It's also the right infrastructure that you have so that the yield can be predictable, so that the bank can come in. And for the banks, they need to have the right money. If I give them the funds, or the pension funds gives them money with a rate of 10, 12%, they need, that's the business. They need to use that money in credit. So they will go, the tendency is to go for those commercial, those quick wins. So we need also, together by collective efforts, to see how we can find those developmental money in large numbers, so that they can stop looking at farmers or people invested in agriculture that when they give you a loan, it's like a pity to you. And for us also, I mean, you asked me the question also of the farmers, I mean, what they have to do, is to understand that they are getting into a business, a professional business, a demanding business. It's all over the world the same. It's not only in Rwanda. Maybe in Rwanda we are approaching it late, and we want very quick wins. I'm going to be pessimistic. Maybe those quick wins will not, if we don't respect all this, the steps which has to be respected. It's a collective effort. You know, the public sector has what to do, the private sector has what to do, but it's a professional business where you have to have those, all the ingredients, all the protocols observed, and be aggressive on returns. You must make returns. So when we put ourselves in that environment, I'm very sure that agriculture is going to thrive. Last, I will say, if we have that, let's try to create that environment, maybe on piloting stages. Can we put our efforts on piloting stages so then it can emulate? We can use it as case studies.
I hear you. Thank you so much for that. Munyashaka and, of course, Pichet, it's your turn to actually now respond. You want to jump in, but what is it that you also feel the players in the agribusiness space need to fix, if there are any notes they are to take today that would make it easier for them to get the money or get the funding? Pichet.
Eugene, I'd like us to think about it differently. I remember when I started my journey in the Ministry of Finance, and I was actually with CEO BDF back then, there were 100,000 bank accounts in Rwanda. And the banks had a very long list of reasons why they could not do better for financial inclusion. MTN came, they found 4 million customers. Today, you have more than 4 million people on mobile money. Where did they come from? Because these were not eligible customers for the clients. I mean, for the banks. But the truth of the matter is, the banks were structured to think about people like me, not people like my gardener, right? And as we discuss agriculture, I'm getting a little bit concerned that we are mixing up two segments. And I like the way Benjamin structures them, which is, there's the segment of the traders, and those that benefit from the harvest, take it to market, process it, and make money from it. And yes, the interest rate is a little bit high, and I think CDAT will help. I think BK will help for that segment. But let's be honest. When we talk about access to finance, very often, these are the people that we're talking about. The Benjamin of this world, right? Now, if we really want to talk about the farmers, there is an understanding currently that there's no access to finance. But it's not true. We're eating every day. So these farmers have a source of fund to be able to buy their inputs and actually farm the season. But that source of fund is not us, right?
Yeah.
And that source of fund is actually charging them 5% per month in the Kimina, in the savings scheme, and 2% per month for the Imirenge SACCOs and the MFIs, right? So when we say the biggest problem for the farmer is the interest rate, I would tend to disagree because the farmers are already borrowing at 5% per month. And when you go to these institutions, the non-performing loan is very low. So they are able to produce and sell, and now more and more they have a market at 5% per month. Now, where is the challenge? The challenge is at 5% per month, I dare you to grow. I mean, even Benjamin, even myself. There's no way. So meaning the 5% per month is stunting them. That's the problem. The problem is when we say access to finance, it's as if, oh, they have no access to finance. They do. But the interest of government, of Minagri, of us as a society is to say, how do I get this farmer to have a higher yield per hectare?
How do we answer that
Rwanda
question?
is not growing.
Yes, yes. Let's answer that question.
In the history of mankind, we've tried to grow. We're not growing.
Yeah.
We're not going beyond our borders.
Yeah.
So when I liked yesterday, I think one of the speakers, I think was from South Africa, was telling us, you know, the tonnage per hectare in Africa is so low. But it is because we're not using the right seeds, we're not using the right fertilizers, both in terms of quality and quantity. Now, who is buying these seeds? Yes, a little bit of the Benjamin and the likes, but the majority we know are those farmers that are borrowing at 5% per month.
Yeah.
So, what are we missing? What we are missing is, what do we need to do now that we have a unique window of opportunity? More than 70% of Rwandans have mobile phones, right? How are we using this unique window of opportunity of every farmer having a UPI and every farmer having a phone to actually use it to better understand their credit scoring, right? And making sure that the pricing of their finance is aligned to the real risk. Because for me, that is where the issue is. You have somebody who has paid back Ikimina, who has paid back their MFI consistently for 12 seasons, and they're paying 24% interest. In the world of finance, it makes no sense. So we need to go down and understand where do they get their money from, and how can we support this institution, because they're institutions. They may not have a big logo like BRD and Beka, but they are financial institutions. These savings schemes and these MFI are financial institutions. How do we help them to correctly assess the real risk of this farmer?
Yeah, Pichet, I always get worried when I hear we need to. When?
Today. Today. But I wanted us to come back to it because I think today we're meeting the Association of Seed Providers, and these are their clients, indirectly, right? Their clients is not BRB, their clients are the farmers. So part of the work that we are doing as BRD today is to go talk to the MFIs, talk to the SACCOs in partnership with BDF and saying, how can we help you assess the risk better? How can we help you access insurance, which is a very big thing? And how can we help you understand that your farmers, and I agree with Benjamin, are a business? Because these are people who borrow and pay back.
Yeah. I like the fact that at least something is happening, and I think it deserves a round of applause, that at least there's conversations taking place and a meeting point where now, you know, these solutions can be ironed out. I want to come real quick before I open the floor to Bank of Kigali and to respond to what Benjamin did mention earlier on. That mentality of we are coming to save you, we are your supermen and superwomen as financial institutions, as banks, we are coming to save you. The savior mentality that he mentions, instead of seeing it as a win-win. We are business partners. We succeed as farmers, you succeed as a business. What would you say about that point that he made?
So I would like to address it. I think in the past, his statement, we may have been culprits in having that view, although I do not share it. I think we need all to have a paradigm shift. I totally agree with what CEO Kameta just said. the yearly growth rate of the agriculture sector is 5% yearly. So even though we still have a conundrum though, how can we make a quantum leap? So to answer his question is, we already put in place products and services. As I mentioned earlier, it was really that in the past the financial institution had limited knowledge. We need to acknowledge that, learn from it, and even learn from different geography and jurisdiction. To put things into perspective, there is a company in the Nairobi Stock Exchange, Kakuzi Ltd, is an agribusiness, and is trading on a premium share of 300 shillings. You can check it out, and they export macadamia, avocado worldwide. I think the same mindset should be adopted by our agriculture. It's to grow their business. And in doing so, they need to put governance structure. Banks, unfortunately, they are built to assess risk, and they cannot assess risk without a proper credit history. They cannot do so without a good track record of the financials. So we know that these things will not be changed
overnight
in one day. But as I mentioned, there is those initiatives, to create business clubs, to put farmers together, teach them the fundamentals of bookkeeping, so that the banks can see the progress of the company and make a reasonable bet in terms of risk and return. And then again, we do have a vested interest in this specific sector for, if no other reason, footprint. As we mentioned, you look at the telecoms and the banks, and the disparity in terms of number of customers is quite staggering. And we want to leverage with technology. We do engage our agribusiness customers with digital solutions. When they are enrolled into our bank app, they are able to trade. There's even a conversation to zeroize that app so that it won't have any data consumptions, so that they can use it. The idea is also to put in place, because we have sales coverage. We have 67 branches in 30 districts in this country, to even allow them to go to the branch and use the Wi-Fi so that they don't have to consume any
of their data bundles.
So those are small initiatives. As I mentioned, we can do baby steps, but we can also hit the ground running.
Right. I want to open the floor, Mheshimiwa Benjamin, but probably I'll give you a chance to rebuttal that.
One.
Yes.
By the way, you asked us to say the truth.
Yes, truth only.
I don't want to be a victim of the truth.
Yes.
Because I have a credit from Becker.
Yes.
So, but it was the truth. I mean, talking in general. So I want Becker.
It is acknowledged. I mentioned we acknowledge that. And by the way, my colleague here, Alexi, came with me, and we have conversations that we cannot have bankers go to meet agriculturers because they are biased. They don't know their business. If you're in a head office in Kigali and you don't know about the rural area, you don't know about those intricacies, it will be hard for you to assess the risk.
Now it's going to be a work in progress, but I didn't want to be a victim of that truth.
Absolutely not.
All right. Thank you. So let us open up the floor. If there's a question, I'll come to you, Vincent. But let me just see by show of hands, and the microphone will be brought to you. There's a hand there. I'll start there, then I'll come to Innocent. But let's start at the back there. Say your name. If you have a specific person you want to address the question to, please also mention.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nyodushima Fide, and I have like 3 questions.
Can you make it 1 or 2?
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. They have been emphasizing on research and development. And research and development starts in education. They have been developing STEAMs related courses, and without promoting the private sector. And now the people who have studied STEAM are useless because they don't have where to work. And now they are shifting from STEAM, and they are promoting TVET. And people from TVET don't make research. how are we going to match those issues where we are promoting research and also promoting TVETs? That is the first question. The second question is about financial literacy. The tall guy from BK have said about it. We are promoting like lottery games in Zozi Lotto and different things.
Yeah.
That doesn't require financial literacy. And also, the reason why the farmers are using Ibimina is because Ibimina trusts them and doesn't require collaterals. And banks still, they say that they are not in business for charity, they require collaterals. And that repel the farmers from them. How are we going also to solve that problem? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for those very direct questions. And I want to appreciate that he's a young person, a youth in the room, and we spoke about young people in the agribusiness, right? No us without us on the table. Very good, thank you. You want to respond just real quick? Yes. PS is going to respond.
Okay. Thank you, Fidel. Let me try to give you a right answer, given my background, as first as a lecturer and then as an R&D staff, and now at policy level. So now we do not, so as government, there is an emphasis on TVET, but it doesn't mean that we all need to go and study TVET. There is a small percentage of people who will continue and do research. And we do have researchers, and good researchers. If you make a bibliometric study to see how we perform as a country in terms of research and development, you'll see that more than 80% of research outputs targeting Rwanda are from both health and agriculture. If you disaggregate, then you'll find that health, of course, because our friends from the health sector get free access to data. When we go to look for a doctor, then when you answer and during the consultation and the treatment, you are giving your data. And so the data collection for the medical sector is easy and free. But for agriculture sector, you'll see that it's around 40% of the publications and patents and other research outputs. So now, the academic, see, I thought Dr. Guillaume is here, but now we are, excuse me, jointly working on a model on how we can collaborate with the University of Rwanda College of Agriculture and Ministry of Agriculture through RAB to merge the practices and so the hands-on and to increase the hands-on skills for the students by making our RAB stations. We have 13 across the country. Yeah. By making those RAB research stations as industrial, as places for industrial attachment for the students. Yeah. So we are planning to have the Musanze RAB station used for Busogo-based students, and then Nyagatare to be used for our RAB station at Nyagatare to be used for students in the area of veterinary and other animal health and production areas. Yeah. So we should not worry about the big percentage of students now encouraged to go in TVET, given that we already have a critical mass of researchers that is interesting, and our researchers are performing. Now the issue is on how we translate their findings into practice. Yeah. How do we translate their, what we all publish the papers and now the shelves are full. Yeah. Now we need to shift and produce extension materials. And this has been mandatory in the promotion criteria, the vertical promotion for RAB researchers. Right. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Bank of Kigali, there was a question for you as well.
Thank you, Fidel. I think in terms of financial literacy, we partner with USAID so that we are able to come up with programs that are very accessible and easy to understand. It's foundational programs that will enable not only the smallholder farmers, but also young entrepreneurs who wants to go into agribusiness to have the basics to start building their enterprise. I want to mention something that is very critical here as Bank of Kigali. in the initial phase, we don't want to be all things to all men yet. I think we are focusing strictly on key agricultural value chain, export crops, mainly coffee, tea, and horticulture. We are focusing on staples crop as well, maize, rice, and Irish potatoes. And then for the livestock, we mainly do poultry and dairy products. So those are the mainstay for us for the moment. Eventually, I think as we expand, as we see the evolution of the industry, we will be able to venture into more. But from the onset, that's what we're going to do. So these are the programs we want to be able to partner with strategic partners to help the youth, to help the young entrepreneurs, and to equip them so that they can start their growth journey.
Right.
I hope I've answered your question, Fidel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead, Innocent.
Thank you for the panelists and the audience for the good discussion and input for this strategy roadmap. I come to complete it what the Benjamin says. And also after that, I request the people from different countries to share their input on what the financial people who represent the financial station saying on these financial issues. One, for a farmer to get rate of 5%, maybe he's okay, but you remember that to get the seeds, it takes a long time. Secondly, it requires heavy investment. For example, if you want to produce a seed, whatever is maize or vegetables, you require a seed processing plant, which you cannot get less than $5 million. You require researchers. You require different expertise. Thirdly, you will not produce more seed to be sure that a farmer accesses the seed without having, I can say, all required to have a quality seed. Fourth, we are in a world of competition. We are competing with neighbors' country. It means we should have across the same environment working with. Fifth, if we want to maintain or if we want to maintain the farmers, which is a key for all the country or all the people, we must be sure that a farmer access a quality product on time. Then it requires investment. So if the business people or the city companies will not access the money on affordable rate to invest on those infrastructure and the research, those farmers will not get the product even if they get the money to buy it. Two, we shall not grow if we are not simulating the market ourselves. It means we require to, as I can mention yesterday, what the PS said yesterday, we have a target as Rwanda to become the first producer of quality seed in Africa in 5 years. It means we must invest in infrastructure, we must invest in research, we must invest in all agriculture value chain. So it requires the support from the banks, especially for BRD, where among their mandate, they are focusing on a strategic investment. Maybe other people from the neighbors country, Uganda, Kenya, Zambia, Zimbabwe, or South Africa, we'd like to hear how they have been achieved this system of financing. I'm sure they are not using the commercial rate. Because if they are going to use the commercial rate, they should not compete with us. We have more issues of importation because the companies are afraid to invest on the infrastructure
where other companies has been invested before. So we need to look at it together. In the PPP, we said yesterday, how the bank, the government can help the private people to get affordable money, also to be supported, to be in the journey of the 7 years. We have a target to be among the bigger industry country in the 2020. Like if we take the benchmark for South Africa, what are the financial institution product they have in South Africa? What are the product, the financial institution they have in Zambia? It's an example. Just we would like to hear those people from different countries, their experience. It can help us to achieve our target in a short time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Innocent, for that. Very clear. I want us to take our final round of questions, but listening to him, it must be a very tough space to be in as a farmer, getting into this business seriously, you know. And I want to hear from you, Benjamin. You said last night that, you know, you've had to choose this as a business after being in other businesses which are quick return form of businesses. And what is it that you'd like to see in this roadmap that is the Rwanda Seed Industry 2030 in terms of the aspect of financing? What are the things that you want to see change? Going by the picture he has painted, if you were to invest the amount of money you need to be able to be successful and to compete, not just locally, but globally.
Wow. Very big question. I think what I would like to see from the financial aspect is a better collaboration. A better collaboration and understanding the sector on another level, as it has been said. Because now this roadmap is putting us on another level and is giving us a huge challenge, I would say, but a challenge which is not insurmountable. So I strongly believe that by better collaboration, as we have done in other sectors, those sectors which somehow we have been mastering, I mean, we are very conversant and comfortable with working with the financial institutions. There's no way we cannot do it in agriculture, but it will need, that's why I said when at the beginning that we would wish to have such conversations, such discussions, such panels more often, so that we can understand the sector on the same level and go into it together. Because there are some other people also we need, not only these, the local financial sector, the local financial institutions, but we'll need also to mobilize developmental fund. It's key because our banks, I understand them, even if I criticize them, but I understand what the reason why because what they have in the stock, that's what they sell. So it's a better collaboration, a better insisting on understanding the potential of the sector and doing it differently. So that's from the financial institution, but as well as from the public sector, because it's key. Agriculture cannot transform without, everywhere it's the same, without the involvement of the public sector.
Yeah.
Then, for this to happen, we always know finance comes to invest, and invest expect return. For the return to be possible, again, we come back to infrastructure, the right infrastructure. Maybe when we talk about infrastructure, there's something which has always had a very negative influence on me when it comes to agriculture, especially in Rwanda, is the way we rely 100% on rain. We find people, when it doesn't rain, there's panic. But we forget that there are countries which can spend 1-2 years without rain, but still they practice agriculture, they harvest, and they export to us.
Yeah.
So what are we doing, guys? When we cry, that's 2 weeks, 3 weeks. When we talk about infrastructure, please, if we are going to go to deliver on this mission, irrigation is key. And not limit ourselves on putting on the infrastructure, but follow also what the infrastructure is doing. I'm going to end with this example. When we started our business, we were advised to go to Kirehe. Kirehe had been, they had put infrastructure for irrigation there on 600, was it 600 or 2,000 hectares? So there was a lot of money which had been spent there. But when we went to rent that land, which had been facilitated with the infrastructure, because the Minagri put up the infrastructure for small farmers and left it. But after 1 or 2 years, the infrastructure was not working, despite all the millions which have been spent.
Yeah.
The lake was there, the pipes were there, but the linkage between the pipes were missing. And the farmers had no money or had no interest.
Yeah.
So then they start again relying on the rain. So we need really to understand that infrastructure in Rwanda, I think, or other infrastructures also are very important. But this dependency on rain in Rwanda, we should really see how we stop it, because it puts all of us on panic for nothing.
Right.
So infrastructure, close collaboration with financial institutions and the other stakeholders in understanding the sector and investing in it together.
Yeah.
Then we shall.
Thank you very much. Vincent Munyashaka, you have your points, takeaway points, and how do you look at things moving forward?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I'd like to come back to the issue about access to finance for farmers, and then what banks can do to facilitate access to finance. Actually, the solution number one is to come up with customized solutions to understand what farmers need in terms of financing, and then customizing with agriculture season, and move away from actually drafting payments schedule basing on treasury management that is coming from agriculture. So the financial sector needs to understand this very specific agriculture. That is number one. Number two, I think there is some time back there was an idea whether here in Rwanda we can come up with a very specialized financing banking system for agriculture sector. Yeah, I think here in Rwanda we have been doing what we call universal banking, trying to do everything as far as you can get return on your lending activity. So although I'm not so convinced it can work, given the structure of financial sector, we shall discuss it. And what I can call upon is actually we need to be convinced that no one can do it alone. We need to have governments to cater for the infrastructure, the investment in infrastructure, and then financial institutions to understand the needs, and then BDF. We need to play our role because we are in the middle. We are playing some level of intermediation between the supply side, there's a partner financial institution, and then the business community in agriculture, where ourselves also we need to improve what we do. For the last 12 years, we have been providing like individual kind of credit guarantee. That is a very long and expensive process. We need to change our strategy, moving into portfolio credit guarantee, and we are moving toward that. So there
is there a timeline? Is there a timeline for that? Is there a timeline? When?
Now we are implementing what we call quick fixers to deal with issues we have right now. like in 6 months to come, we shall embrace the portfolio credit guarantee.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pishet, where do we go from here in terms of customized solutions, looking at things differently? What's the commitment of BRD moving forward?
Thank you very much. I want to give comfort to Innocent that if you have a $5 million project that is about seeds processing, we have appetite for it as BRD. We have a product called Hatana that is actually specifically for processing. And the good news is Vincent also has a product that supports the collateral that you may need for Hatana. So we are cousins in this partnership. So you're most welcome, and it's priced at 8%, which is way half of the market rate. And you can get 60% of your loan at that particular price, which is 8%. So if you blend it with the money of Levy, then you get to something close to 12, 13, depending on how expensive he decides to be. But it's much cheaper than the market rate. It has a better tenor. Once again, we're encouraging you to have long-term investment. So Hatana, you can have it up to 15 years, and there's a lot of flexibility around the grace period. So if you're a seed processor and you have a big project, we're not scared of big projects. Please come. So even though I talked about the demand and the farmers, which is capped at 600 million, the CDAT, there's another product for larger investments, which is related to manufacturing and the value chain of agro-processing. So do not hesitate, please. Come to see us, go to the stand. The team that is there know both products and they can advise you accordingly. And on both, we're working very closely with BDF because we understand that most of you have collateral constraints. Where we're going is a very good question, Eugene. I think more and more products like Hatana will come. At least we've committed to this as BRD. We're currently using our balance sheet to raise more development funding. The last one, Hatana, is about $150 million. It's just been topped up with another 50. So we're now talking bigger numbers. We're not in pilots of 2 million, 3 million. We're really looking at scale. And we're committed to scale for agriculture value chain, both production and processing. That's one. Two, we also committed to the farmers, and we've not done them justice.
Justice, yes.
And as BRD, we're committed to work with, the providers in the telecos to find a product that is going to be fintech-based and agri-tech-based to make sure that they have access to finance at a cheaper rate, proximity that is focused on their growing and their growth. And for us, this is at the heart of everything that we do now. I think Rwanda has been praised for doing a lot of good things. Now what we need to do is growth at speed.
Yeah.
And this has been missing. A lot of the things that we do are great, but they're not growing at speed. I liked Innocent was talking about our neighbors. Some of our neighbors have mastered the speed piece.
Yeah.
So we need to catch up, and it's time for us to catch up. So for us, fintech is really a solution to make sure that we cut through the bureaucracy and we're able to provide access to finance at a cheaper rate, but at speed for the farmers. If there's one thing that we've, in the previous times, done poorly as BRD, and I can proudly say today the team is doing really well, is to understand the cycle of farming and understand that financing must be given on time.
Yeah.
Because once you get your money, after the season, there's no point,
Yeah.
right? That's how it becomes a non-performing loan.
Yeah.
So the issue of timing, the issue of speed is something that's very close to our heart.
Yeah, I appreciate both of you, BRD and of course, Vincent, being bold enough to be able to identify the weaknesses, but also pointing towards what is going to be done to fix that. And that it deserves appreciation. Very few executives will be able to tell you their weaknesses. Thank you very much for that. Levi, what do we do moving forward, especially plugging into this seed industry roadmap for 2030? As Bank of Kigali, how are you going to be, customizing the solutions? What should we expect moving forward in terms of also your commitments?
Thank you. I think is to put in place products that fit the needs of seed companies. We have now a product for maize seed multiplication under the outgrower scheme in Beka, which will allow them to borrow no limits of amount for secured facilities, but we cap it at 50 million for unsecured loans. So we continue to partner with...
Sorry, explain that nicely.
So,
if I walk into Bank of Kigali,
yes,
I can get 50 million unsecured if I want to go into the farming space.
Absolutely. And what we are doing, we are partnering with the agricultural insurance schemes to ensure that part of it is properly insured. So this is one of the products, but we do have a couple that we are now experiencing. We are putting them out there in the market, some with success, such as the agriculture inventory financing. I mentioned it earlier. But with that product, especially when there's a contract farming, a contract that the customer has, it can get an advance of 70% of the contract amount. That will enable him to speed up his cash conversion and be able to finance his operating expenses. So there's that, and as I mentioned, we are really keen to see more seed company scaling up, expanding, and we are able to finance through an investment loan scheme the building of manufacturing plants so that they can do more. We partner with USAID, as I mentioned. We have a memorandum of understanding called the Hinga Wunguke, where they provide to us technical assistance. We have a nascent department for agribusiness. We are building capacity. We are training our staff thoroughly so that they understand every details about that sector. Of course, as I mentioned, we are not going full throttle in every agricultural value chain. We are focusing on specific value chain for exports, staples, and livestock.
Okay. Thank you very much. And as you speak about that, and I bring in the PS, it's important to note that Kenya today is actually facing a shortage of onions. And it is due to the decline of imports from Tanzania. And Tanzania is actually their main source of onions for the Kenyan market. 1 kilogram is going for about 100 Kenya shillings, which is converted roughly to 8,400 Rwandan francs. It is an opportunity. It's an opportunity, and the money is there. We've heard from the money providers, they've said money is there. PS, what do we do? How do we move on from here? How will the government support or input in this particular Rwanda seed industry roadmap for 2030, especially on the area of access to finance for farmers?
Thank you, Eugene. So, as Minagri, we will continue to provide a conducive environment. So now we are, thanks to this Congress, we are going to establish a partnership between Minagri through RAB, PSF, and potential investors in the seed sector. So the journey has been long to achieve a certain level of seed production in our country, but we want to go on higher level by providing 100% of our seeds to be locally produced by 2030. But we will combine both conventional and unconventional methods to get the time shorter so that we can even hit the target within 5 years. So by doing so, we encourage our researchers through RAB and to work with the private sector and potential investors to come and start this journey, and as the ministry we are there to provide the conducive environment through tax exemption and other related interventions that aim to support this sector.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your input. That's all the time we had for this conversation that doesn't end on these four walls. It has to continue. Even when we join the rest, it is a conversation that has to go on. Let's give a round of applause to the panelists for that very interesting conversation. I will release them, and then I'll let you know that we have some intervention that will be coming in from David and Lomo by request from Innocent, and we'll be able to proceed later on with the program. So thank you very much for being attentive and for contributing. Let's give another round of applause, please. Right, so I want to invite, I think we start with David. David is in the room, yeah? For Innocent. Where's David? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Some people from audience, they requested if they can get a experience of our consultant who is developing the strategy roadmap, if there is any kind of the product other country has. It was requested by audience. Thank you. If all input is there, then it can be fine.
One, two. Any input, as Innocent had mentioned? All right. One, two. Yeah. So thank you. I think we will proceed with the Yes, so I think we will proceed with the remaining part of the program. With your guidance, I'm not sure if the next speaker is in or if we're going to go for lunch. I'm going to be a bit diplomatic again. Can you hear me? Is the mic working? I'm not hearing my, yeah, now I can hear myself. So we're supposed to end at lunch, so I want to know, with your permission, I think with your guidance, Innocent, you can also help us with this, if we can have the remaining presentations or we do them after lunch. This is highly dependent on the guest of honor for closure, for the closing part. Allow me to consult, and then I'll be back. Okay? So we can play some visuals for our sponsors as we do the consultation, and I'll be back with you with the way forward.
Bank of Kigali Agribusiness is a strategic initiative of the Bank of Kigali to provide product and financial services to agribusiness customers through dedicated agri department and also professional staff. We are focused on key value chain. We are focusing in the Irish potato value chain, maize, rice, coffee and tea, horticulture, and dairy value chain. That means that our focus in terms of business opportunities, but we are quite open to finance other value chain as well. So these initiatives support the growth and the success of the farmers as well as other value chain actors in two ways. One, that's the product and services you're providing that are financial. We provide loan.
All right. We have a way forward. There's white smoke. So we'll proceed. So we'll listen in for some very brief presentations so that we can pack the closing ceremony within this space so that we can break for lunch once and for all. So I will call upon Dr. Alan Habelfield from Fair Planet, who is going to talk to us a bit about harnessing quality seeds for improving food and nutrition security in Rwanda, and of course, in partnership with ISF and AF, STA, and NSAR. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
So thank you, Innocent, for having me. Thank you, everybody, for staying this long to hear us. Basically, I'm a plant breeder. I'll give you one guess which crop I was breeding. And no, it's not tomato. It's bell pepper, but the tomato time was so much nicer that I decided to go with it. I'm here to talk about the Seed Resilience project that is going to start tomorrow. It's an ISF, International Seed Federation project that we as Fair Planet will be implementing. So to understand the project, you need to understand 3 points, and that's it. It'll be fast. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. These 3 points are not chronologically ordered, so bear with me. In 2017, the World Bank commissioned a research about the importance of inputs in crop production. And for me, it was a no-brainer, but they actually researched it and find out that the single most important input is the seed. Interesting. Back in 1955, sorry, in Israel, where all the farmers were Jews that came from all over the world to Israel that knew nothing about agriculture, practically nothing, and they had to practice agriculture. Ra'anan Vulcani, maybe you heard the name, the Israeli Agriculture Research Institute is after him. He said training peasants to become farmers requires on-the-farm training. And this is the second part of Fair Planet. And Shoshan Haran in 2012, Shoshan Haran is the founder of Fair Planet, she said, let's take the seeds, let's take the training and close the gap that will enable smallholder farmers to exit the cycle of poverty. So actually what we as Fair Planet are doing, and we've been doing that for 10 years now, and if you can push the thing, who is moving the presentation? All right. We are trying to make subsistent farmers that sell a little bit of crops roadside into commercial farmers, next step, next one, that sell actual crops in the market. This is what we are trying to do, and the next one will give you our vision to provide smallholder farmers in developed countries with means to exit the cycle of poverty and hunger. And this is after DG1 and DG2, DSDG1, SDG1 and SDG2, sorry, of the UN. So actually, if you go to the next slide, we have a cross-sectoral partnership model that takes the collaboration with local entities. We are guests here. We come for a few years. We are 10 years in Ethiopia, but we already moved to 3 different parts of the country. It's a huge country, by the way. And then we want to know the market. Can you push 2, 3 more points? Yeah, that's okay. We collect the data about the market, and then we try to understand the smallholder farmers, because if I didn't say it enough, we work with smallholder farmers, and we want to understand their capacity, and we want to bring only technologies that are interesting for smallholder farmers, and they are within the capacity of the smallholder farmers. And since we are in the seed association today, we talk about seed. So we look for technologies, we try the technologies, and in seed that means performing professional independent adaptation trials. We test varieties from all those seed companies you see over there, international breeding seed companies, together with local seed companies, and together with the authorities, and together with universities and colleges, we do trials to make sure that the crops, the varieties are suitable for our farmers, for the smallholder farmers. Next slide, please. And then we go into the major part of our activities. This is the technology transfer. We capacitate farmers, lead farmers in villages, but also the trainers. We have to work with the trainers, with the local trainers, because as I said, we are visitors. We bring technology, we bring knowledge, and we will go. If we are not capacitating the local system, we did nothing. So, as you see on top, we go to every farmer every week, visit their fields, make sure they do a good job, the lead farmers. We use, as you see on the left, we use the training system, the local training, existing training in every country in Africa. If I didn't say that, we are active 10 years in Ethiopia and 5 years in Tanzania, and starting tomorrow we are starting here. We work with the local training system. We capacitate them, we work with them hand in hand, they come with us to the farmers, and when we leave, they have the technology, they have the knowledge. And we do village seminars to work with the neighbors, not only the lead farmers. Okay, you can go. A few points about our Ethiopian project that was in part supported by the Dutch government. This morning or yesterday, I think somebody said seeds can double the yield. Well, seed can double, but they can also quadruple or even more, because this is what happened to our lead farmers in Ethiopia, and this is based on 1,600 farmers that we actually visited and collected data. They managed to increase their tomato yields by almost 6 times, hot peppers by 4 times, and onions 2.5 times. So it's not only, and this goes back to a question that was raised yesterday, are we talking about improved seeds or improved varieties? I don't remember who asked the question. It's a great question. Seeds is good, but we are talking improved varieties. And using improved varieties, you don't double the income or the yield, you triple, quadruple, and more. So what we did in Ethiopia in 5 years, we trained 150 trainers, 2,000, almost 400 lead farmers, and according to research done by the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, 75,000 farmers adopted the technology. That means we influenced the lives of 500,000 people in Ethiopia in 5 years. Let's go to the end of this one. This is what happened to the neighboring farmers. They reported, again, this was done by the Hebrew University and another organization in Ethiopia. Neighboring farmers, not our trainees, neighboring farmers reported 3 times increase in yield, reported $470 increase in the family income. And when you consider Ethiopia's rural regions, the family income is less than $2,000 a year. So this is about 25% increase in family income. You see that there was a big increase in vegetable seed imports into Ethiopia, and our social ROI, and I will be happy to discuss it with anybody, is $13.4 US for every dollar that was invested by the Dutch government. Smallholder farmers earned $13.4. So let's keep the social impact because we are pressed for time, but the social impact is amazing. These guys are investing in nutrition and education. They save money, but let's go for what we are coming here. So the Seed Resilience Project in Ethiopia that was launched by the ISF and will be implemented by Fair Planet would like to address the whole food system. We want to try to improve carbohydrate crop production like potatoes and cereals. For sure, vitamins and fiber for a better nutrient diet. So we will start with vegetables. This is what we've been doing for the last 10 years. And later we would like to go into pulses as means for production of protein. So the whole thing will offer a much better diet and a much balanced diet for the Ethiopian smallholder farmers and communities. And why we are here? We are here because tomorrow, last slide, tomorrow we start with vegetable. So we will be seeding actual seeds of this project in the horticulture Center of Excellence here in Kigali. We will be working with 8 international seed breeding companies, 4 local seed companies. We'll be testing 6 vegetable crops in open field and in greenhouse. In drip, somebody said water. So yeah, we are going to try and do irrigation technology testing. And all this will happen tomorrow in the Rwanda-Israel Horticulture Center of Excellence. And hopefully next year, Innocent, I'll be able to stand here in the second Rwanda National Seed Congress and give you the report on what we have been doing in this year here in Kigali. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that really well-crafted and delivered presentation. Let's give another round of applause, please. We will then move on to our second last presentation that will be done by Dr. Chris Ojewo, who's a Strategic Partnership and Seed Systems Lead. And he will be talking to us about the public-private partnerships, a tool for development and strengthening of seed sector. Can we appreciate him, please, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you. After this presentation, we'll be exchanging ties with Alan because he was a pepper breeder, was a tomato breeder, so he's putting on the wrong tie as I put on the wrong one. Chris Ojewo is my name, as mentioned. I am based at CIMIT in Nairobi. I think CIMIT is known to many, but I also lead an initiative at CJR called Seed Equal Next. And I'm quite aware that I'm talking to people who are very hungry and very tired, so I'll be quick and running fast. But even as, no, I didn't say you change that one. That one should change. That was too fast. Now, I'd just like to put in perspective that a seed is a vehicle that carries all the improved genetics. For those who are coming from the breeding background, you know that you do your improvement in the seed. That vehicle that carries that improvement is in the seed with all the different traits. I wanted to put several statements to remind you about what a seed is around about. But one of the things that I would like to emphasize is that the farmers make lots of decisions on the basis of what the crop product is going to be used for, in terms of their choice of crop, in terms of their varietal turnover, in terms of their seed replacement. And that makes a lot of difference in terms of the varieties, the crops, in terms of the biology, but also the seed replacement rate and the business, especially for those who are in business side. And that's why the business on maize is not the same business in beans, in tomato, in groundnut, and others. And that's a basic principle I just wanted to establish going forward. Next. A quick mention on what's happening at the CGR, because many of you have known CGR for a long time. There is a language around one CGIR that is going on that I just wanted to pull one or two slides around. We are operating under what we call action areas now. And the action areas are 3 overall: systems transformation, which overall is about basically policies and enabling environment. Then there is resilient food systems, all matters to do with climate change, all matters to do with natural resource management, agronomy, and all the rest. And where we belong, where we sit as seed systems is under what we call genetic innovation action area. There are overall 33 initiatives spread across these different action areas. Next. Now, for the genetic innovation where we do belong as a seed people, there are other initiatives that are closely associated with us. There's accelerated breeding, which does the breeding work, and breeding resources, which actually develops, it's sort of pre-breeding work because it develops resources that support accelerated breeding. Market intelligence is, maybe somebody may think it's misplaced here, but it's not misplaced because breeders are currently working around developing varieties that speak to market requirements, as opposed to the historical public sector breeding where development of varieties has been mostly around trades, but now we are aligning to markets. And of course, seed is that one which is responsible for delivery, and of course, we're making use of gene banks, all working towards 5 impact areas: nutrition, poverty reduction, gender equality and social inclusion, climate adaptation and mitigation, and environmental health and biodiversity. And within this GI, or Genetic Innovation Action Area, we're handling several crop species, close to 1,000, and different breeding programs, about 150, 16 crops, and across 1,000 partners plus, and 137 countries. Next. Now, what is the problem we're handling with seed? For us, I think one of the greatest worries, and I mentioned this yesterday in the discussion, 2 things. One is adoption of developed varieties, new technologies, but I know we have also talked about seed quality, which is a challenge, particularly as we talk about seed business. Now, why is adoption? Of course, I picked the diagram on the left side is a compilation of several varieties. This was particularly done for legumes and published in a paper done, I think, back in 2019. And I was looking at the varieties released in our country and the varieties under production. And there are several varieties from the public sector specifically that have been released and kept on the shelf. They have not moved into the hands of farmers. The question is, why would you invest in variety development if you're not intention to get into the hands of farmers? And the bulk of the varieties developed and released by national programs, by public sector, are on the shelf and not in the hands of farmers. Concerns that at least some of the people that we've talked to sort of hypothesize could be one is that the products are perhaps not good enough, they're not well differentiated, they're not responding to the market. But also, perhaps it is that they're good products, but there is no data. Well, there could be data, but they're not robust enough to convince somebody to make a risky commercialization decision. Do you have that robust data that can make somebody say, I want to make a commercialization decision on the basis of the data I've seen? Are variety release data sufficient? Or what we have in the variety release catalogs, are they sufficient to convince anybody to take up a variety and commercialize? And then there could be limited awareness of those varieties or just non-responsive seed value chains, starting from EGS not being available down to certified seed and other methods of seed being available. Next. And so what does the Seed Equal initiative overall intend or do together with partners? Basically accelerating this varietal turnover and ensuring there's quality seed use and the realization of what we call genetic gains in the farmers' fields, not just on breeding programs, but in the hands of farmers, working together with various partners. I would want to quickly skip the rest of the content and move to this, to say that we work across 7 work packages. The 7th one is pretty new, but the first 6 have been there with us. The 7th one is in the process of development. Now, the first 3 of these work packages are around commodities, legumes, cereals, roots, and tubers, basically with the overall intention of looking at demand-driven pathways to delivery. The next 3 are more or less around coordination, around seed policy, and around equitable access to delivery. And 2 of the work package leads are here. The legumes work package lead, Jesse Rubiogo, is somewhere in the room. Maybe he's left. He's walked somewhere. And the equitable access work package lead, Jumai, is also somewhere in the room. Where is she? Oh, Jumai is. Now, the last one, which is about emergency seed, is under development. We've been requested to develop this. It is not necessarily our strong area, so it is currently being handled by WFP, but WFP have reached out to CGIAR saying, we know we can deliver, we can help in terms of delivery, but we do not know the right variety, the right policies, the right package. How exactly do we work around delivery? So they're asking for technical as well as policy support based or supported by robust research data and support, so that we don't just make decisions on the basis of what we think is right, but we can be able to validate that with data. Next. And so in terms of private-public partnerships, which is the core of our discussions here, where are we? we look at the private sector and the way it acts across from the point of variety development to delivery, it's quite an organized and simple direct flow. But if you consider what happens in the public sector, starting with variety breeding and development all the way to delivery, it's a mixture of several things and it becomes a little bit complex. And we need that sort of partnership between public and private sector so that there is both variety development and delivery most efficiently as, if possible. Next. I may not want to overemphasize on the need for partnerships, but the reality is there is a need for partnership because there is no partner, whether CGIAR or NAS or private sector, that is overly strong in itself without need for partnership. I'm sure many of you from the private sector have partnerships with the CGIAR, I know through various avenues that I'm going to mention briefly in the next slides, that there are partnerships between private and CGIAR centers. And I know there are also partnerships between private and national program partners. Because of the fact that there is no partner that is strong across the whole value chain, right, starting from trade mining to commercialization, there is need for partnership without overemphasis. Next. And so what we do in the seed value chain. The seed value chain, we are looking at the various actors. I know it is hard in a seed meeting to talk about what happens to the grains, but much as we think about seed and not think about grains, I would like to emphasize here that seed demand is derived demand. It's derived from grain demand. If there is no grain demand, there is no seed demand. So that grain demand, whether it's demand for food, whether it's demand for processed products, that is what makes seed to be demanded. And so what we are doing is linking up with the market intelligence team to do for us an analysis of the current demand, the demand trends, the demand foresight of the grain, which then links us to understand what the off-takers need in terms of product quality and product quantity to better plan now backwards, starting with the grain back to seed, whether we are talking about the semi-formal or formal or certified seed, but back all the way to breeder seed. You can only plan better if you have an idea of what exactly you're looking for or looking at in terms of grain. Next. And so we are reaching out as evidence of reaching out to, in terms of partnerships. We requested to participate in World Seed Congress. So this is a very brief slide just to indicate our efforts to reach out on public-private partnerships. Next. Overall, in 2022, we had several different types of partners, but the only emphasis I would like to make here, I'm not so sure why that slide is not very clear, that the private sector actors are demand partners, they are innovation partners, they are at the same time scaling partners. They are partners whom we need at every stage, but of course there are different types of private sector, which I'll also mention briefly. Next. In terms of how private sector access varieties, I know recently I've had discussions with AFSTA, and there was emphasis of African Vegetable Breeding Consortium. I happen to be a former breeder at World Vegetable Center, so I know what happens at the World Vegetable Center and African Vegetable Breeding Consortium as a method of accessing varieties, a privileged access to varieties. But let me just mention that it is not only in this format of consortium with the vegetables. I know the same is happening or has been happening with rice, hybrid rice development consortium, with a pearl millet, with sorghum, with the pigeon pea through hybrid parents research consortium, but at the same time also with maize through International Maize Improvement Consortium, IMIC. Next. Apart from a consortium approach to delivery or to handover, let me call it handover of from research, handover products from research to commercialization, the other approach has been through context-based product licensing for impactful outcomes. And I picked the examples coming from CIMIT, but I would like to also mention that we are in the process of harmonizing across the several centers that are doing product licensing. One CGIAR should be able to have one language around product licensing. That process is ongoing. There is a document we've been reviewing. The last of the iterations was as recently as last week. If you can have that common approach to licensing so that everyone has or is happy with the approaches and not saying, how comes CIMIT does this to us fairly and ERI doesn't do the same, or ERI does this to us fairly and SIP doesn't do the same. So we're trying to get to a common licensing approach next. And so thinking about the licensing and thinking about consortium and sort of memberships, this is sort of work we did some time back with the World Vegetable Center, classifying the private sector, of course, not with their knowledge, not with their permission, but to their advantage anyway, that there are several types of private sector when you think about the actors we have in the private sector. Some are so well resourced to the extent that they can handle all the seed value chains, all the way from breeding to scaling and selling. But there are others that if you consider the kind of resources that they have, they're not doing any breeding. Some of them are not doing any testing. They start with breeder seed production or foundation seed production. And the others who are not even doing breeder or foundation seed production. They're only doing certified seed production. How do we handle them? Do we handle all the big multinationals in the same level at which we handle, say, seed companies or SMEs that are coming up in Rwanda when it comes to something like membership of a consortium? Should we subject them to the same fees, for example? That is partly, we are in the process of discussing that and identifying the sorts of, I would say, proportionate fees that maybe membership fee would look like. Next. And with the understanding that there are differences in terms of crops and localities across different places, I recently had an interesting terminology at World Seed Congress called inclusive seed systems. Inclusive seed systems to look at what the formal sector does against what the informal sector does. But I thought, thinking of it myself, I would see the formal sector, particularly the public and private, the public sector, because I'm looking at the public breeding institutions, developing varieties, producing early generation seed, but the private sector then takes over, whether at early generation seed or later, but specifically doing certified seed production. By and large, from the presentations we've been hearing yesterday, the private sector many times serves the large-scale farmers. How do we get the small-scale, underserved, hard-to-reach, last-mile farmers reached? I'm thinking in terms of inclusive seed systems, a partnership between the private sector and the so-called semi-formal or informal sector in such a way that they'll get seed from the agro-dealers and where policies allow, because the policy makers here, are there alternative sources or other alternative ways of reaching the last-mile farmers through community seed production approaches? And those community seed producers then linked back to seed production or seed producers through agro-dealers and certified seed producers to ensure that there is a continuous chain that enables them to also change their varieties and use better genetics than what they're currently using. Next. I finished, but I would like to remind you that this year is an International Year of Millets. This slide, I'll not talk about it, I'll just leave it when sharing. You can look at the millets later on. And lastly, I end with the statement that the hardest thing to see is what is right in front of you, in front of your eyes. That one, sometimes the hardest thing right in front of your eyes is seed. Seed is the most important input. And so if you want to make good progress, you don't judge a day by the harvest you reap, by the seeds you plant. Rakoze cyane.
Thank you. I hope you can see me. I'm just in front of you. Too hard to see. Thank you so much. We can appreciate him one more time. And now I will bring our final presentation. That will be from Andreas Weiss, who's the Secretary General, EASTA. Let's appreciate him as well, please.
Thank you very much. I wanted to talk about growing together. That is difficult. Maybe we can have the next slide. If you want to grow together, you need to see what you have in common. do we have anything in common between ISTA and Africa? Yes, over the last years, the African population grew about 26%, and the accredited member laboratories also grow much more than 20%. Is that all? No, that's the past. You can go to the next slide. Yes, that's the past. We need to see what we can do together. The seed is now in the soil, and we need to see what we can grow out of it. In the moment, we have in Africa 12 accredited laboratories. Will soon be 13, but 12. That is 7.9%. The same which we have in North America, with only 3 countries. Something to think about. Next slide. These 7.9% of all accredited ISTA laboratories also reflect 9.8% of all members of ISTA, member laboratories. So we have 9.8% of all member laboratories in Africa. This is reflecting to about 31.3% of all African countries. So in 31% of all African countries, every third country, there's an ISTA member. But only in 17.6%, it's an accredited one. Now, there's another continent which has roughly the same number of countries, which is Europe. There it looks different, but can we compare it? Maybe, a little bit. 83% of all European countries are ISTA members. There are also small members, of course, or small non-members, better to say, like Liechtenstein, the Holy See, San Marino, Monaco. They don't need sea testing, actually. So that's why we probably don't have 100% here. But in 75% of the countries, 76.7%, there's an accredited ISTA member laboratory at least. Now, is it fair to compare Africa to Europe? Maybe not, but maybe yes, because that's where you want to end at a certain time, to have also a higher number of members and a higher number of countries which have accredited laboratories. So that could be an aim where we want to grow together. But let's compare us to where we are in the moment, and especially where Rwanda is found in the moment. Next. Here, compare ourselves to COMESA and EAC countries. And you see that value is higher. So COMESA countries, of course, also include very small countries, like the Comore Islands, Mauritius. They don't also need sea testing naturally. That is why their number of membership is a little bit lower than for the EAC countries, which are only 7. But here we are also well above the normal African standard. Also, what is about accredited laboratories? 27% of all COMESA countries have accredited laboratories, and EAC it's 42.9. And what we want to do, we find Rwanda in the first column, but we need to find Rwanda in the second column as well with accredited laboratories. Because what you see here, you see that a number of your neighbors and surrounding countries and countries in the same commercial area are having accredited laboratories, and that's a commercial advantage for them, and a gap which you might have to close in Rwanda. Could we have the next slide, please? Another gap which we have to close for Africa is over the years, and I cannot recall a year where we had more than one member of the executive committee coming from Africa. Clayton and I are looking into that for some time now to find more people to join the executive committee, 11 members. And here again, if you compare to North America with three countries, and remember 1 person per country could be in the committee, you see that there are 2 members out of 3 countries including the Vice President Ernest, nothing against you, and the immediate past president, which probably was a coincidence that the people candidated for these positions. But you see, even Oceania had one, and that is something we need to work on. And how we can do that, that is another point we can look a little bit later. Next. So what do we have in common? What is in common? There's a nice publication which is published 30 years ago, 40 years ago. It was how to set up seed labs. And we find this, even being a 40-year-old publication, we still sold 10, 15 copies of this publication. And a few years ago, we decided together with FAO, something which FAO is normally not doing, to have a common publication and publish this new. It was a headache for the legal department at FAO because they couldn't understand that both organizations have the copyright of it. It is the case, and now you can find either on the ISTA or FAO homepage a free copy of this presentation in English, and French and Spanish will follow. So that is something, what we have in common, what we can deliver from our side easily. What else can we deliver is workshops. And I said that in the morning. In all my career, we only had one workshop in Africa, and that was in Zambia this April, on germination. And talking to my colleagues in accreditation, there are needs for further workshops in Africa. What we see in the African accredited laboratories, there is the need for something like other seed determination, to get that in a better hand, to get you better set up for that. And we talked about the Young at ISTA project in the morning as well, in the panel. Lab-to-lab training, workshop participation support, and others. But there's another one which we didn't talk about in the morning, and which was never used in this project as a fund. That's a scientific forum. We want to, or we were asked by young people, could we have some money to make, as students, a scientific forum, invite 1, 2, 3 speakers, invite students from the area into our university. We organize a place like a lecture room, which can be for free, and the students can sleep who participate together with us in our condominiums and whatever. And we said, yes, we can do that, but no money was asked for that in the past. So if students want to do that and want to apply for it and want to organize it, that's another thing which we offer in this area. Could we have the next slide, please? So coming back to Rwanda, what out of these things would be the next steps? The accreditation of the laboratory. We will talk, I think tomorrow we have some time to talk about that. Where do we stand? What is necessary to be done? What are the open points here? Can we organize something that this is done much before 2030? And I believe it is much before 2030, of course. And Young at ISTA, is there staff in the laboratory which need these trainings? Identify them, give them the chance also to travel somewhere else and get taught about these trainings, about these techniques where you need training. Very important thing, also very good for the young people, because they will have other groups of peers where they can talk to in future when they have an issue. Workshops. Ask ISCA for them. Is there the need of a workshop, and can we do a workshop in Rwanda? That always also has technical expertise, which is needed a little bit. But it is possible. And Zambia only did it because they felt the need that they have to do more things. And they have to train their people as well. And last but not least, it doesn't work only with doing something together with ISTA. There is also the responsibility and the thing that Rwanda needs to be full member of the family, that Rwanda needs to be part of the voting process and all processes inside ISTA, not just a consumer, but also able to participate, to vote. And voting is in ISTA only with the governments. So the government needs to raise their hand, and something we talk about now as well, raise their hand and say, yes, we want to become a designated authority, and we want to designate a personal member to ISTA who is doing the voting on behalf of us. And to be a designated authority and to become full part of ISTA doesn't cost anything. You only have to fill a form. And yes, you have a personal member, which is the head of the laboratory. So Rwanda could appoint the head of the laboratory also as a designated member to ISTA and get into the voting process about ISTA rules, about how to spend the money, and all these other things. And maybe also becoming a part of the ISTA executive committee and increase the value from 1 to 2 for Africa, which, yeah, we think it's time that it happens. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. You can follow us on all these things. If you see next to the bird, the X, that's the new Twitter. On the Young at ISTA thing, there is on LinkedIn a Young at ISTA forum, and you can join that and you get all the information on new upcoming workshops and so on, and times where you have to apply for. Thank you very much, and I hope we have a fruitful next day as well, and we are happy to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for executing that within the time that you had. Now, we will definitely hear a summary of the way forward, because we've had a lot, and I'm sure that there's been so much that has been taken in terms of what we need to do moving forward. We even asked on the panels, what do we do, where do we go from here? And to help us to present the way forward is none other than the chairman, NSAR, Innocent Namuhoranye. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Allow me to read quickly the resolution in the way forward from this Congress. The first Rwanda National City Congress 2023 was held in Kigali, Rwanda, between 31st July to 1st August 2023, under the theme Private Sector Strategy Roadmap for the Rwanda's Industry 2030. The National City Association for Rwanda, NSR, and the Private Sector Federation and the government of Rwanda are applauded for the leadership, commitment, and the drive that has led to the successful hosting of this Congress. Thanks are redirected to Dr. Iridefos Musafiri, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and the Animal Resources of the Republic of Rwanda, who officially opened the event. We are appreciated the presence of Professor Jacques Chrysostome Ngabitsinzi, the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, Honorable Kreya Akamanzi, the Chief Executive Officer for Rwanda Development Board, Jean-Françoise Mubirigi, the Acting Chairperson Private Sector Federation, Kumba, the country representative of FAO in Rwanda, Mrs. Senzoga Kameta Pichet, CEO BRD, Michael Keller, the Secretary General International Seed Federation, Dr. Kulani Machaba, the President of African Seed Trade Association, Dr. Andreas, the Secretary General of International Seed Testing Association, Ernest, the Vice President of International Seed Testing Association, Yolanda, the Vice President of UPOV, Santosh, the Vice President of ISF. Let me say, all protocol observe. Considering that the seed value chain development requires different stakeholders to work together under the principles of co-responsibility and solidarity to ensure sustainable seed production and distribution to deliver on farmers' prosperity, which must be at the center of action or policy. The Congress stands as a pivotal moment, providing a platform for both the Rwanda public and the private sector stakeholders to unite and forge roadmap of transformative action for the seed industry prosperity and the sustainable development. Developing, designing, and implementing the Rwanda National Seed Strategic Roadmap is paramount to achieve the prosperity for the seed industry actors and the farmers. The strategic roadmap was developed through consultation with different seed industry players and presented during the first Rwanda National Seed Congress 2023. The first Rwanda Seed Association Congress 2023 concluded with the following recommendation and the way forward. We here recommend: 1, the government shall acquire accreditation with a major seed industry quality organization like ISTARAB or OECD certification scheme, as well as adopt UPOV to establish and improve the regulatory environment in Rwanda and assure conducive regulatory environment. 2, support and capacitate NSR to become a true advocate and facilitator for the Rwanda seed industry. 3, the government shall support the industry through capacitating NSR to become increasing self-regulatory in the next 7 years of the strategic roadmap. Therefore, the private seed industry shall develop its internal system to ensure adherence to rules and regulation. 4th, develop private-public partnership between the government, private industry, and the NGOs to develop a well-structured plan to enhance sustainable improve the seed use in Rwanda. 5th, promote Rwanda as investment destination for seed production and trade. 6, build human and the system capacity to improve control in the seed production and the quality control. 7, seed industry players shall implement robust system, including research and development, and establish appropriate infrastructure and the facilities that will foster the thriving growth of the seed industry. The seed companies shall strong work with the government by investing in the technical and the financial resources to strengthen the seed system and extension services to raise farmer awareness on use of improved seed. 8, attract affordable financing funds to allow a scale-up of investment throughout the seed value chain levels through engaging the industry financial players to create optimal financing structure. I would like also to announce the second Congress will head in Kigali on 29 to 30 July 2024, where we shall represent the achievement for this conference. As well, every 6 months, we shall sit together to see what have been achieved in 6 months and what we take for the 6 months left, to be sure that by the next year, we shall have a tangible result from your time you spend here together. Before I conclude, I would like to thank everyone for his or her contribution in the first National City Congress 2023 in terms of their time, in terms of financial resources and ideas. Everything has been contributed to achieve this Congress. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Innocent, for highlighting the way forward at this particular Congress. And at this point, I want to bring the acting chairperson of the Private Sector Federation of Rwanda, Jean-Francois Mubirigi, to speak to us. Francoise, yes? Thank you. I did it well. We need to appreciate, yeah? Let's appreciate her as she comes.
Mr. Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Secretary General ISF, President AFSTA, Secretary General ISTA, Chairman of the National Seed Association in Rwanda, business leaders, dear partners, CEOs of financial institutions, and DGS of public and private institutions. Good morning again, or good afternoon now. It gives me a great pleasure to stand here today in front of you in this closing moment of the first Rwanda National Seed Congress 2023. That was held in Kigali from yesterday, 31st July, to today, 1st August 2023. This Congress was organized by the National Seed Association of Rwanda in partnership with the Rwanda Private Sector Federation, with the team Private Sector's Strategic Roadmap for Rwanda Seed Industry 2030. This Congress provided the opportunities among key seed industry players to discuss about stimulating policy reforms and attracting public and private investments to harness the opportunities under seed systems to ensure the availability and affordability of quality seeds to farmers. The first Rwanda National Seed Congress 2023 brought together diverse national and regional and global level researchers, policymakers, seed companies, NGOs, development partners on a single platform to discuss and share knowledge on seed systems and trade, highlighting the necessity of collaboration of all stakeholders at all levels. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight a few take-home messages from this Congress. The seed industry needs to be strengthened to become a vibrant and functional seed system because of its significant role among other intervening factors in the transformation of the agriculture in Rwanda. Second, there is a need to establish partnerships among the industry players to build a robust seed industry that is responsive to the needs of farmers. Third, there is a need to support private sector-led seed production
and also ensure increased uptake of improved seeds in farming community. Fourth, it also became clear that several regulatory, technology, and infrastructure changes are needed to empower all seed companies to produce and distribute the quality seeds. The private sector shall play a big role through seed companies that shall be supported for their readiness. Fifth, it is important to continue the self-regulatory initiative that brings a collaborative agenda between public and private sector towards building a discipline for better compliance with the use of quality seeds. Therefore, the presented 7 years strategic roadmap will play a paramount role through effective implementation of the proposed strategic interventions. As the private sector federation, we are therefore supporting the initiatives of NSR to modernize and enhance our local systems production to be on international accepted standards and principles. Let us seize this opportunity to make a lasting impact and shape a brighter future for the seed industry and agriculture sector in general. Thank you all for your participation and dedication for this first Rwanda National Seed Congress 2023, and we hope to see you next year at the second Congress. Thank you all.
Well done. Thank you very much for those remarks. I want us now to put our hands together as we welcome our final speaker, who's our guest of honor today for the closing ceremony, and that is the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, none other than Dr. Olivier Kamana. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to give us the closing remarks.
Distinguished partners, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm happy to welcome you all in this closing session of this very wonderful Congress 2023. It's the first of its kind, and it has been a great success. Thank you for joining us. This Congress was organized and championed by the National Seed Association of Rwanda in collaboration with many other partners, as you've seen in this flyer. With the theme on private sector's strategic roadmap for Rwanda seed industry 2030, these 2 days together were characterized by insights from many stakeholders, panel discussions that reflected on how Rwanda can move ahead efficiently in the Vision 2030 of self-reliance on seeds across different agricultural value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, even though we still have a long way to go in 2030, the government is acknowledging the efforts that are being made as follows. We do fully support the future developments in the seed sector as public-private partnership between the government, private sector, and all other role players. All parties need to be fully committed to achieve success. Only jointly we can achieve much needed change to enhance our seed sector. We support the importance of implementing international recognized regulations and verification systems such as ESTA, OECD, and UPOV, and will prioritize the implementation of these accreditations. Being well-adapted varieties to bring well-adapted varieties that are meeting the needs of the farmers and the market, we aim at making our private sector and RAB more confident and resilient in order to achieve a sustainable level of provision of quality seeds in our country. Although seed is the key to good crops, it's also an important factor that motivates us to educate farmers on the full value chain as it is on the starting point of our agricultural value chains. We need also to develop large awareness campaigns amongst farmers, seed companies, and government to improve the seed use to bring better yields to our farmers. NSR need to be capacitated and supported to engage with private sector. We do support the development of private sector to increase the industry of self-regulation and see NSR, and we envisage NSR as one of the key role players in this. Minagri is aware of key issues and challenges that the seed industry is facing, such as counterfeit seed, climate change adapted varieties, etc. But we are working hard to mitigate those challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come to an end, I would like to recognize the support from everyone, starting from the biggest logo here, Bank of Kigali, Alexi and his team, and also it doesn't mean that I am undermining the contribution of others, but One Acre Fund, to Burat, Seeds, Agri-Seeds, and all the partners mentioned here. I am fully thankful for your support, and we are all thankful for your support, and we wish to stay with you, and we are sure that for the next year we will still be together. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Lomo Janse van Rensburg. I think I am pronouncing it correctly, as I started in Netherlands, so I think it is Rensburg. So, who developed our roadmap and who is a long-term partner of NSR. Allow me to give also an applause to the whole organizing team. I remember Innocent came to our office, I think 3 months ago. I was always telling him, it's too far. We will talk about it when it arrives. But every month I was receiving updates, till I realized that we are there. So he really organized it starting, I think, from April or March. I was still new in the ministry, but we started organizing this, I think it was in March. So this very professional organizational abilities of Innocent and his team made this event highly successful. And I also, I can't finish without thanking Anangwe for his moderation, and I like it, and personally. And it was my first time to meet you physically. Those are the figures and images we always see on TV. So when it comes that you meet in person, then it's also an honor, kind of honor for me. And also for his entertainment, and he made our event very joyful, and we all enjoyed. Without further ado, I wish a safe flight. I hope you use the Rwanda to enjoy our hospitality. If not so, next time it is an opportunity to fly Rwanda, fly the dream of Africa. I wish safe flight to all of our international guests who joined us from abroad, and with the hope to be back together next year. And in the name of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources, Dr. Ildefonso Musafiri, I declare closed the first Rwanda National Seed Congress 2023. Thank you very much. Murakoze cyane.
After those words, I usually don't have much to add, but I want us to appreciate the PS one more time. And I want to tell you all that when history books will be written, you will all have a space among those that sat together for 2 days to seek solutions to food security and to want to make the world a better place. So congratulations to all of you. You all have a space in heaven for doing a good thing. When you get there and Angel Gabriel says, no, say Anangwe said, I have a space here. So we've spoken about seeds, the natural seeds we know, but there's one more seed I want to leave you with and to speak about, and that is the seed of urukundo, the seeds of love. And that is what I want you to make sure that we nurture that. And as you go back to your homes, those who are flying away, please go with a piece of urukundo from Rwanda. And let us also remain with a piece of your urukundo right here as we stay right here in Kigali. So, what else? Live from this amazing space, with amazing people looking at me right now, I want to say thank you very much for being a part of this National Seed Congress 2023. As always, my name is Eugene Anangwe. Let's go for lunch and bon appetit. Let's continue networking. Murakoze cyane, Imana ibehe imigisha n'amafaranga menshi.